I am still a little asleepy today. But it's okay, I can make it work. Easy peasy. Anyway, welcome to hell and all that stuff. Try not to die, and I hope you have a good time. And before I started, I should have probably run a test, a bandwidth test, and do some stress testing. That would have probably been a wise thing to do, since I changed a couple things, a couple thingy wingies. But I think it'll be okay. We'll be okay, bros. We can make it. We can make it, bros. For real, for real. I did sort of want to write down my dreams, but I don't think the dreams I had today are particularly, I guess, insightful or meaningful, so I'll just draw those. I think that's gonna have to be the way in which I organize them. I kind of wanted to drink another coffees, but instead I just have my throat tea. But it's okay, because I have my coffee candies. Yum, 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 yum. I kind of woke up a couple of different times today. But I think the dreams were fairly similar in some respects. Both of them revolved around me being home, and then a type of situation in which I had to, or I guess I felt like I had to defend myself against evildoers and schemers. Gordon's a schemer. Batman's a schemer. Okay, let me grab my tablet. Also, I figured out my tablet problem. The other time I wanted to do my arts, but I couldn't, because I could not for the life of me figure out what the issue was with my tablet. But now I have resolved it. The issue was not that I had to get the drivers or that I had to launch the program after connecting. Had to connect the tablet first and then Photoshop. No. The problem was just that I was retarded, and I had the tablet set to mouse mode as opposed to pen pressure mode. So it was me. I was the estupido all along. Not that we're here, actually. The dreams that I had this time were, I think, a little similar to some dreams I had like a month ago or so. And I think I wrote that one down here in my dream book, dream collection, my dream notes. I don't really remember what date it was, however. I had a dream about Lord of the Rings. That's not it. I had a dream either 1 or 2 days ago that I was Spoderman. I think I told that one on stream, where I was swinging home from work, and I was afraid that people would piece the puzzle together. They would look at all my white stuff on the buildings and track me down to where I live. I had a dream that felt like it was constantly changing objectives. At first it was that Louis Rossmann. What? Louis Rossmann lost one of his cats. What the heck? I gotta read that one later at some point. Oh, I guess I'll do publish this to broadcast the announcements from my server to the other servers. Let's see. Oh, wait. I almost forgot to pull up the chats. I'm going blind here. Imagine that, a chatless stream. Well, you would never ever have your social battery is drained if you just ignore chat. Well, imagine that. Just do whatever you're gonna do anyway. Imagine that. Imagine taking thought and consideration into what you are about to say. Well, imagine that. Imagínate. Let's see. Oh, this isn't a dream. This is just to look more into Gawain McGregor's Epic of Gilgamesh, Enkidu. Perspective. Maybe I did not write down that other dream that was similar to the one I'm thinking of. No, I don't think I have it. Okay, well, I guess this will be the first time I have a record of it somewhere. Let's pull up my Obsidian drawing and kill the camera. Let's put the music back on a little quieter. Let's go down to 5. Okay. I feel like I've told this other dream on stream before. Let me just double check my previous dream. My previous dream drawings. The alien avatar monkey dream? No, not that one. No, not this one. No, not this one. No, I don't. No, it's not here. Okay. So, whoops. So this will most definitely be the first time I covered this sort of spooky dream. I thought for sure I wrote it down somewhere, but whatever. Okay, so a synopsis of the dream. I feel like the music is still too loud for me. Set it to 1. 1 out of 100. So the synopsis of the similar dream to this one that I had, or I guess these ones that I had today, were that I was here at home. It was nighttime. I'm 100% sure I did write this down, but I just didn't find it. I think there was a cat outside of the house, and I don't know if it was one of our cats or a random street cat. And then across the street, there was like a tiger going into one of the neighbors' garage. But the layout of the neighborhood as it is in reality, looking out to the front door, there is not a neighbor there. And there is no garage there, so there would be no way a tiger could actually go there. So it's weird that my dream would do that to me. And then I think somebody called the police, and then they responded to the tiger. And I think I tried to, maybe it was one of our kitties outside. So I think we tried to get the kitties inside before there was any spooky tiger sounds, or before the police started blasting. Or I don't know if they were gonna get animal control anyway, but that's sort of the gist of that dream from like a month or 2 ago. So the dreams today. I think the first dream, I woke up at like 7 o'clock, 7 in the morning, after like only 3 hours of sleep for some reason. So I woke up at 7, and I had just woken up from this dream where I was here at home, but for some reason my mom lived here too, which is spooky. there's another room here, but that's not important to the dream. This is the front door here. And then we had another door over here in my room that leads to the outside. That's pretty cool. So I think it was me. The only people I remember in the dream were myself. Does pen pressure not work here? Oh, I just have it set up way too high. So it was me. I got a tail and I got cat ears. So this was me, and then my mom was here as well. And then there was another woman in the building. I'm pretty sure she lived here too. The only really important details that I remember about this stream is that at some point this other woman, I guess she became either unstable or she was like being violent, or for some reason she was just being a little spooky. And so I felt in the dream that I needed to be prepared at all times and have my gun close to me, because I think she had a shotgun. for some reason she had a shotgun, and she would have probably beat me if we were to have engaged in a gunfight of some sort. But I have not checked these. I have not checked these links in my slideshow. Let me just make sure they're all still good. A Baby Sword on YouTube, Sakamaki, Fun and Games, Zero Suit Sonia on YouTube and Twitter. My stories. Okay, yeah, they're all good. I don't think anything actually happened in this stream other than that feeling of I needed to be prepared at all times against this spooky woman. And I kind of feel as if the next stream, the second part of the dream, was somewhat related. Oh, what's today? I'm gonna write this down. Today is Thursday, February 29th. Thursday, February 29th, 2024. Okay, this is dream 1. Dream 2, the layout of the house was slightly different, but once again there is a, I guess I'll call the front of the house would be the top, and then the other side door that doesn't actually exist I will call the left side. In this other dream, the house layout was slightly different in that my room was slightly larger. I kind of feel like it was more of a living room or a hallway with a door leading here outside to the left toward the sidewalk. And I think we were expecting yet another dangerous woman to drive by us. I feel like we knew her or she knew us. There was some sort of relationship there where we were aware of each other's persons. Looks like a fucking mouse. That's not a car. That's a mouse. And I think yet again it was nighttime outside, and I think I was like walking around outside. Oh, I forgot this other dream. Like 2 weeks ago, 1 week ago. I'll do that one next. I think I was like patrolling around outside. It's nighttime. I'm just like doing things. I'm just walking around. I'm just in the yard being a grass toucher. And I think it's just that the spooky issue from the first dream persisted and carried over into the second dream. Because I either I don't remember anything happening or I just can't remember right now. Either nothing did happen, rather. Let me rephrase it that way. Either nothing did happen at all, and I was just afraid of this woman driving toward the house, or something did happen, but I do not recall whatsoever. Okay, third dream. This happened about 2 weeks ago, I believe. The house we are in is here, and then we have like a big detached garage way over on this side. I think it had like enough room for 2 cars maybe, and then the rest of the property is like this big yard. The front of the house would be here to the bottom, and all of this here would be yard space. And I think there's quite a couple of trees around here. I think what happened in the dream is that I believe there was a car crash. If there wasn't a car crash, then definitely what happened is that somebody died, and their body was in our yard, past this garage. So here would be the dead person. I think it was a woman. And I believe that the reason why I recall it being like some sort of a car crash is because her body was not all in one piece. It was not a big one piece of a treasure for somebody to find. It was scattered all about. Well, not it wasn't super duper scattered, but I think maybe either they hit a tree and she was hit as well, or they hit the garage, something like that. So I think I woke up and I saw it first, and then we called the polices, and then the police came and they set up their do not cross crime scene investigation police tape. Whoa, this is the best car I've ever drawn since like fucking kindergarten. Look at this. Whoa, I'm such an artist. Oh, wait, hold on. I almost fucked it up. The police is here. They set up their crime scene tape. I guess we'll just set up some posts. Then here's the tapes. And I believe there was also a piece of evidence of some sort on this other opposite side of the garage, which was a little far away. It was like maybe... I'm not a good judge of distance. All I know how to judge distance by is New York blocks. Maybe 5 to 10 yards. Maybe a little more. Maybe a little more than 5 to 10 yards. But on this opposite side, there was some piece of evidence that I found that the police were hadn't found, and I was trying to tell them, but they didn't listen to me. They didn't believe me, and I guess I felt I was the one who would have to solve the case, or to somehow add that to the record of crucial crucial piece of information. And I think that's about it. I think that's all that there really was to this stream. Okay, I have been uptime 25 minutes on YouTube, 24 on Twitch, and not a single frame drop, so the internet seems to be pretty good. That's good to know. And yeah, those are the spooky dreams that I've had that happened nearby in the house or outside the house. So yeah, it is what it is. Okay. go ahead and put this away. And then I also found a couple of articles earlier that I would love to get through. And then we'll do some spooky big feats and spooky monsters. I started listening to an episode of Strange Familiars last night about big feats, but the host gave a sort of a short summary of one of the stories of their encounters, and I was very interested, so I felt I wanted to listen to that one on stream instead. Let's put this away. Let's grab... Okay, so here's... I don't really care about this article, but I will read the headline. How the heck do I open this? Fuck. How do I open this? I don't know anything about... I don't know anything about Bob Marley other than the fact that the weed heads like him. And so I assume... What the heck? I assume that's the entirety of his audience and his music. But this headline reads, "Marijuana smokers ejected from Bob Marley film screening." And I think that's all that needs to be said. I don't think we have to read it. You can find it on your own time if you're really that interested. But yeah, that's a pretty good one. Pretty good one. Okay, let's see. Let's bring up the news. What order do I want to do this? Okay, let's start with the serious one. Let's get that one out of the way, the most serious one, and then we'll go funnier and funnier. Serious to fun. I think last time we did funny to serious. I gotta make that my thing. Okay, really quickly, let me just do a couple of other thingy wingies real quick. Really quickly. And let me turn up the music for you listeners. wait, I almost forgot the last thing I gotta do. I got too many links to post. Why is it like this? Why you gotta do this to me? Que lástima. Guys, being a streamer is such a hard job, guys. Guys, like seriously. Like seriously, for real. For real. It pains my soul so. I can't be genuine and authentic. Guys, it's your fault that I can't be genuine and authentic, guys. I swear. For real. Okay. I think I'm probably good now. Phew. Guys, being a streamer is so hard. Okay, first the article. Let's kill the Pokemon's musics. Okay. This is an article from Fox 4 KC, Kansas City. Published February 23rd, 2024 by Shannon Rizzo. Is that how that's pronounced? Shannon Rizzo. Missouri law says pregnant women can't get divorced. Oh, hey, Zeke Siron, when did you get in here? I am pretty good, and yeah, I like this background. It's super chill and pretty cool. I kind of like these, a mixture of like relaxed backgrounds, and then some of them were like super cool fighting backgrounds. This one's a more relaxed one. How are you today? Hopefully your journey into hell here on my stream will help make things a little more fun, a little more spicy, if you can handle the spice. Missouri law says pregnant women can't get divorced. Jefferson City, Missouri. As it stands, Missouri judges cannot legally finalize a divorce if a woman is pregnant. 3 other states have similar laws: Texas, Arizona, and Arkansas. While a couple can still file for divorce in Missouri, the court must wait until after a woman gives birth in order to finalize child custody and child support. When it comes to domestic violence, there are no exceptions. What the heck? Oh no. I guess when you're in misery loves company, right? Quote, "It just doesn't make sense in 2024, said State Representative Ashley Aune, A-U-N-E. I gotta start practicing my NATO phonetic spelling. Ashley Aune, Alpha Uniform. Is it November? November Echo? A Democrat representing District 14th in Platte County. Or is it Plate County? Platte. I imagine it's Platte, since there's 2 T's. And that's where it becomes a problem for her. She introduced the bill this legislative session that essentially says pregnancy cannot prevent a judge from finalizing a divorce or separation. Quote, "I just want moms in difficult situations to get out if they need to," she said. She agreed that also I changed a little bit of the audio, so hopefully it's a little more louder. I think I do, when editing for clips, I do find that my audio is much quieter than I would like it to be. I just hope it doesn't peak. I haven't noticed yet that it has peaked or clipped, but I will try to keep an eye on it if I can, because I know that when editing, and I think also on stream for listeners, if it does clip, it actually, for me at least, it hurts my ears and it hurts my head and it starts giving me a headache. So hopefully that's fine. Let's see. I just want moms in difficult situations to get out if they need to. She agreed that while the law was made with good intentions, like making sure kids are taken care of, she feels it needs to be updated to reflect modern times. Just like Rings of Power and Halo, for real, for real. This is something that was brought to me by folks in my community who shared that it was a huge problem, she said. During a committee hearing earlier this month, On said one woman shared a powerful testimony regarding an abusive situation she was in while pregnant. Not only was she being physically and emotionally abused, but there was reproduction coercion used. When she found out she was pregnant and asked a lawyer if she could get a divorce, she was essentially told no. It was so demoralizing for her to hear that. She felt she had no options. A report from Missouri's Department of Health and Senior Services says out of 10,098 women surveyed between 2007 to 2014, nearly 5% were abused either before or during pregnancy. That equates to about 500 women. Quote, "This legislation could literally save lives," added Matthew Huffman with the Missouri Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence, which works to ensure its advocates have the resources needed to provide services to R-word and abuse survivors. I don't want to get kicked off YouTube again. I feel like they're all against me. The slightest little thing, YouTube and Twitch and Twitter and Reddit and Tumblr will work their hardest to get rid of me when there are literally way worse people than me. Quote, "For abusive partners, they might be using reproductive coercion and control to keep their partner pregnant so that they can't ever actually be granted a divorce." Huffman said the current law comes down to two things: paternity and not wanting a child to be born without a determined father, along with child custody. Whoa, wait, hang on a second. Without a determined father, what if the person who the woman is in a relationship with is not the father? Is he locked into that? Okay, you do you, Missouri. You do you. While Huffman didn't have, I imagine they do a test for that, but yeah. That's so fucked up. Wait a second. So, if a couple, if there's a pregnant woman if there's a couple and the woman is pregnant, but the man who is part of that couple isn't the father, are they then legally granted a divorce, or are they not? Are they stuck being unable to divorce because she's a pregnant woman and the law specifies that pregnant women cannot get divorced? Oh my goodness, there's like so many complicated things going on here. Oh my goodness, why? Misery, what the heck? While Huffman didn't have exact numbers on hand, he did say women who experience domestic violence while pregnant are more likely to have complications and poor health outcomes. Maternal exposure to domestic violence is associated with increased risk of low birth weight, preterm birth, and infants exposed to it can show signs of trauma. The bill is still a work in progress, and despite On's passion to change the law, she said she doesn't feel hopeful that it'll get to Governor Mike Parson's desk this session. Still, the Missouri Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence considered it a top priority. Yeah, that's definitely super duper spooky. I wonder what year this legislation was enacted. So, domestic violence isn't grounds, according to the article here, if everything here is properly reported and properly sourced. If this is a believable article that isn't written by an AI that's hallucinating, or if the writer, Shannon Rousseau, didn't ask ChatGPT what the current Missouri laws are on divorce without double checking, it seems as if domestic violence is no exception for divorce. That would not be allowed. So domestic violence isn't, pregnancy isn't. And then it's specified, the specific terms used here is the determined father. It comes down to the current law comes down to two things: paternity and not wanting a child to be born without a determined father along with child custody. Determined father, I wonder how that's specified in the law. Let me see if I can grab that. Jamie, pull that shit up. Misery. Divorce legislation. Parentheses, quotation marks. Determined father. The first thing that comes up is this article. That's not good. Well, I would have to dig into the actual legal documents. And what the heck was that? I don't know if that was a siren or patches. I assume it was a siren. Typically, though, when I hear a emergency vehicle driving by, I can hear the actual wheels hitting the asphalt. Okay. Oh wait, before I continue, before I progress on to the next article, I had to look up a book. What's the title of it? A Way of Being. What's that book about? Who that? Who this? Where is the wiki? Wiki. Oh my god. Way of Being. Wikipedia. Carl Rogers, American psychologist. Well, there's nothing here on Wikipedia about it. Let's check the Amazon page. Okay. Anyway, that does seem like the sort of book that I would read. I think I checked Open Library though, and they did not have it. A Way of Being. A Way of Being Chilling. Oscar Wilde, Charles Dickens, Carl Rogers. They do have it. They have it. Gamer Girl Bathwater. Okay. I swear I checked like a week ago and they didn't have it. I don't know. It's weird. Maybe I was just being too lazy and didn't want to be thorough in my search. Okay, next article. Misery needs to... and they gotta work on themselves. Okay, next article. From NBC News by Christian Santana and David K. Lee. Published February 28th, 2024. New Mexico teacher had students duel with swords in class, leading to serious injury of teen girl, lawsuit says. Beep boop. The girl, then 16, suffered a large and deep laceration across her right hand and wrist her family said in the suit. Okay, let's see. I don't think they're gonna show it.
Tonight, shocking video showing Albuquerque high school students.
So they're using actual swords? What is this? Are they doing HEMA? If they're doing HEMA, you're supposed to go either with sticks or unsharpened. Is this after school? Is this a class? Did they just sneak away from like lunch period to go into an empty classroom and use the teacher's swords? What happened? How did this occur? What are the steps that led to this? Why is there a teacher involved in letting this happen? Oh my goodness.
Tonight, shocking video showing Albuquerque high school students sparring with real swords in the middle of chemistry class.
This does not look like chemistry. This is, when I was in chemistry class, this is not what we did. We were learning about covalent bonds and ionic bonds and the noble gases. What the heck? What's his name? Mendeleev, Medvedev, all those guys.
That's how you're supposed to use it like this.
And this
Einsteinium.
wasn't teens going rogue, according to a new law class.
Is that the teacher right here?
Right here.
Oh my god.
That's how you're supposed to use it like this.
And this wasn't teens going rogue, according to a new law.
That's a good idea, guy. Look at this guy. He's trying to block the sword
rogue
with his hand, wrist, and or arm. Great idea, bro.
According to a new lawsuit filed by one student who was injured. Their teacher, Loviata Mitchell, announcing earlier on this day in June.
So that is the teacher. Why?
June of 2022 that she had a surprise for the class, telling them to arrange their desks into a circle, handing one student a rapier-style sword and the other a katana, according to the lawsuit. Then instructing the students to fight as a 2-minute timer counted down. But shortly after this video was taken, one student allegedly slicing another student's wrist with a katana-style sword, severing multiple nerves and tendons.
Her surgeon says when he was in there doing the repair that he could feel where the sword had actually indented in the bone.
That student's family now suing the school district, the assistant principal, and Mitchell, alleging as she bled in the classroom, the teacher did not seek immediate medical attention, instead telling students, quote, "I'm in trouble," ordering them to delete any video recordings they had taken, and then attempted to call the school's medical office.
Oh no, that makes it worse. I'm in trouble. Please delete all the video evidence. Oh no. Why would... I guess it is true. All the good teachers are leaving the profession because first of all, they don't want to pay teachers enough. Secondly, it's not worth the hassle. It's like, what the heck?
The response was not what you would expect. It took about 30 minutes before anyone called 911.
An accident report written by the assistant principal saying the teacher brought a prop to school to show a lesson on metal and melding, but responding paramedics say the sword appeared to be real. Almost 2 years later, the lawsuit alleged...
Is this metallurgy class? I thought this was chemistry, not metallurgy. What?
The student is still struggling to perform normal tasks after surgery and extensive physical therapy.
She's lost a lot of mobility and strength and sensation in her right hand and in her thumb. I think those will be permanent effects.
That teacher, Mrs. Mitchell, could not immediately be reached for comment, while Albuquerque Public Schools, known locally as APS, declining to comment. Now the student and her attorney seeking more information and damages.
We want to know what APS actually did.
They want more damages? They want more cuts on their wrists? See, like, this is why everybody should practice how to defend against swords by playing the Batman Arkham games. And if you're on the PlayStation, press back and triangle, and they're gonna attack you 3 times. So press back, hold back, and press triangle 3 times to the rhythm of their attacks. But you gotta get your timings and your frames correctly. And then if you do that, then this wouldn't have happened. This would have been entirely avoidable. Oh no. I really don't see how having students sword fight for 2 minutes. No. Oh shit, I think that one peaked. No. Let me go bring that down. Okay. Maybe I'm just too close to the mic now because Patches. Hey buddy. What happened? Come here. Come on. Let's see if she comes up here. I don't think she will. At least not yet. I don't see how sword fighting is a chemistry lesson unless they were planning to see how the swords clash and what sort of indentations and damage you do to the weapons, not to each other. If she was gonna do this, you gotta also bring in an entire at least two entire suits of armor with all the appropriate under gear. Need additional types of chainmail, additional plate armor. You gotta have all the things. You can't just do this and call it chemistry class. What the heck? Unlucky. I gotta send this to some of my teacher friends and see what they opine about such a thing. I'm going to post it in my server under the politics and culture channel and ping somebody and say, what do you think about teachers bringing in real swords to chemistry class and having them duel it out? Okay, there it is. Don't forget you can join my Discord server by... I think I have Discord. Is that still the link? That is still the link. Is Botrix on YouTube today? Does Botrix want to join the party on YouTube? Hello, Botrix? No, I guess not. And neither does Nightbot. Or maybe Nightbot will take 2 minutes. We'll see. Oh yeah, also, don't forget, while you are here, if you are on Twitch, today only, there is a super cool thing happening on YouTube where if you are allowed to press the like button on the stream, then that means you're a Chad. Only Chads are allowed to press the like button, the thumbs up, and or also subscribe. So super cool. Go check if you're a Chad. Okay, next article. This is from The Hill. Stop. Is this video related? No, it is not. Published February 28th, 2024 by Saul Elbane. I was about to say Saul Goodman. Saul Batman. Patches. Okay, yeah, I'm definitely way too close to the mic. Let me just go send this back to... my normal settings. I think it keeps hitting the red there, unfortunately. Okay, I have reverted back to previous settings. I think I just gotta get used to how far I have to be to the mic now. So, From the Hill by Saul Elbane, published February 28th, 2024. Exxon CEO blames public for failure to fix climate change. This already reads like an opinion piece based off the first paragraph. The world isn't on track to meet its climate goals, and it's the public's fault. a leading oil company CEO told journalists. ExxonMobil Corp CEO Darren Woods told editors from Fortune that the world has, quote, waited too long to begin investing in a broader suite of technologies to slow planetary heating. That heating is largely caused by the burning of fossil fuels and much of the current impacts of that combustion. Rising temperatures, extreme weather, were predicted by Exxon scientists almost half a century ago. Definitely does not look like Nightbot is awake on YouTube, so I'll just type in there the link to Discord. Let's see. The company's 1970s and 1980s projections were, quote, at least as skillful as those of independent academic and government models, according to a 2023 Harvard study. Since taking over from CEO Rex Tillerson, Woods has walked a tightrope between acknowledging the critical problem of climate change as well as the role of fossil fuels in helping drive it, while insisting fossil fuels must also provide the solution. Okay, buddy. I mean, yeah, sure thing, buddy. In comments before last year's United Nations Climate Conference, COP28, Woods made a forceful case for carbon capture and storage, a technology in which the planet-heating chemicals released by burning fossil fuels are collected and stored underground. Quote, while renewable energy is essential to help the world achieve net zero, it is not sufficient, he said. Wind and solar alone can't solve emissions in the industrial sectors that are at the heart of a modern society. Society? Whoa. Society. International experts agree with the idea in the broadest strokes. Carbon capture marks an essential component of the transition to net zero, in which no new chemicals like carbon dioxide or methane reach and heat the atmosphere, according to a report by International Energy Agency, IEA, last year. But the remaining question is how much carbon capture will be needed, which depends on the future role of fossil fuels. While this technology is feasible, it is very expensive, particularly in a paradigm in which new renewables already outcompete fossil fuels in price. And the fossil fuel industry hasn't been spending money on developing carbon capture technology, IEA head Fatih Birol? B-I-R-O. Fatih Birol wrote last year on Twitter, To be part of a climate solution, Birol added, the fossil fuel industry must, quote, let go of the illusion that implausibly large amounts of carbon capture are the solution. He noted that capturing and storing current fossil fuel emissions would require a 1,000-fold leap in annual investment from $4 billion in 2022 to $3.5 trillion. Jeez, that's so much. What the heck? Is that even possible? In his comments on Tuesday, Woods argued the dirty secret is that customers weren't willing to pay for the added cost of cleaner fossil fuels. It's the customer's fault. Yes. Referring to carbon capture, Woods said Exxon has tabled proposals with governments, quote, to get out there and start down this path using existing technology. People can't afford it, he added, and governments around the world rightly know that their constituents have real concerns. So we've got to find a way to get the cost down to grow the utility of the solution and make it more available and more affordable so that you can begin the clean energy transition. Well, I think we've about, that's only like half the article, but I think we've about captured the essence of his argument here, that your honor, it is the customer's fault. It is the public's fault. They are the ones who continue to purchase oil. And it just so happens, it's not intentional, it just so happens that a byproduct of our production in getting such oil to the public has all these negative ramifications, Your Honor. Therefore, you see, it is the public's fault. You see? Kind of sounds like what Lewis Rossman calls the R word mentality, where these mega corporations always gotta blame others. Imagine that. Imagine shifting blame. Imagine having a whole bunch of employees. Imagine having a whole bunch of operations out in the world where you either through negligence or pure stupidity, you add a whole bunch of pollution to the environment, and just by the nature of your work, it already involves pollution of some sorts. And then to have the gall to say that it's the public's fault for not doing enough. It is the individual's fault and the masses' fault. Yep. Let's see. Okay. I think this is the last story that I have for now. And I think it's it's pretty, it's like it's kind of like Smash Bros where worlds collide together, except it's the Mexican cartel clashing with cryptids, and so that's like literally perfect. We need to make the Smash Bros of the real world. From the Herald by Craig Williams, published the 19th of February. It doesn't say a year, so I assume it's this year. If I click on Craig Williams' recent stories. Monkey moving to city zoo following escape from Highland Wildlife Park. Can we see older articles? Is this all I get? I think I'm going to have to start doing a thing where every time I read an article, I have to verify whether or not the supposed reporter and or journalist is a real person or a figment of AI creation. And we'll have to see. We'll have to see how many. I think so far, of the two journalists that I've looked into, they're either like boomers who legitimately do not use the internet as someone younger like myself would, or they are legitimately an AI creation that has like 10 plus years of previous posts and images. So if they are AI now, they probably started out as bots that somebody made. And not that we have AI, they've transitioned it from a bot account that has a picture of some random person. And only now are they an AI fully functioning GPTer. I gotta do a thingy. Let's see if I do. Um, fuck. Okay. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Alright, let's read this article. From The Herald by Craig Williams on the 19th of February. Granddaughter of El Chapo joins hunt for Loch Ness Monster. Joaquin Guzman, commonly known as El Chapo, is a Mexican former drug lord. The granddaughter of jailed Mexican drug lord Joaquin El Chapo Guzman has been spotted hunting for the elusive Loch Ness Monster while on holiday in Scotland. You hear that at Flick? Right, at Flick? You gotta go meet her. You gotta go check it out. Her name is Frida Sofia Guzman Munoz. Oh my goodness. So she's an artist. Her name is Frida. Her name is Sofia. And her last name is Guzman Munoz. What the heck? Frida Sofia Guzman Munoz is the daughter of Guzman's eldest son, Edgar Guzman Lopez, who was brutally murdered by rival cartel hitmen in a shopping center car park in the Mexican state of Sinaloa in 2008. Oh my goodness, this literally is actually legitimately the Smash Bros of Big Feet's cryptids and Mexican drug cartels. I'm so glad I found this article. She is also the niece of Ovidio Guzman and Joaquin Guzman Lopez, leaders of Los Chapitos faction of the powerful Sinaloa cartel, an international crime syndicate believed to be one of the biggest suppliers of drugs to the USA that El Chapo founded. Frida Sofia Guzman has visited various locations in Scotland as part of her ongoing travels around Europe, which began with a visit to London in mid-January. Whoa, I know somebody near London. Maybe I can have them meet up. Then afterward, when she heads to Scotland, we can have her meet up with Atflick. Right, Atflick? Photos uploaded to her we gotta go see these. Photos uploaded to her social media profile showed her enjoying a whiskey tasting experience at Johnny Walker Princes Street in Edinburgh, and enjoying the view of Edinburgh Castle from Castle Street. The teenager also headed to the Highlands to visit Loch Ness, sharing photos on social media of a Nessie hunting boat trip she took on the famous loch. El Chapo claimed in 2014 that he... Why would you write this and then shift over to this? El Chapo claimed in 2014 that he had killed between 2,000 and 3,000 people. What a total non sequitur. Whoa, that's so cool. Nice meme. In 2019, he was sentenced to life in prison plus 30 years after being found guilty of 10 charges, including drug trafficking and money laundering, by a federal court in New York. The drug kingpin made headlines across the globe when he dramatically escaped from a Mexican jail through a tunnel in 2015? It didn't really feel that long ago, but holy moly. I think I remember I saw it in the morning on the news right before I went to school. But that was 2015? What the heck? That's almost 10 years ago. He was recaptured following a deadly firefight in the city of Los Mochis, Sinaloa in 2016 before being extradited to the US in 2017. El Chapo is known for his fondness for Buchanan Scotch whiskey, which is believed to have contributed to a surge in popularity for the tipple. What's tipple? In Mexico. I'm assuming that means like the whiskey, the alcohol beverage, the alcohol type. Tipple, drink alcohol, especially habitually. An alcoholic drink. Yes, it is. Discarded bottles of an 18-year-old blended whiskey were reportedly found at each of the hideouts he used to evade capture following his escape from prison in 2015. Nice. Okay, let's go look up Frida Sofia Guzman Munoz social media Loch Ness. Okay, let's just put Frida Sofia Guzman Munoz Patches Instagram. What happened? Oh, I think I found her. I think I found Patches. Let's see if I can get her. Oh, Patches. It's a Patches. Hey, Patches. Look, it's a baby. What's up, baby? Who's a baby? Ow! What the heck was that? Look, it's a baby. She's a little baby. No, that's my coffee candy. Here's the coffee candy I have. I will partake later when I am feeling tired enough. Look, it's a Patches. Okay, you know what? Fuck Frida Sofia Guzman. We're gonna play with Patches real quick until what the heck was that? Until she decides it's time to go back to play somewhere else. Look, it's a Patches. Oh, she's just gonna lay here. She wants to sleep. She's a little baby. Look, she's a baby. She's a baby. What happened, Patches? Why is she biting me for? Let's see if I can move this a bit. It's a Patches. It's a Patches. Okay, well, I guess we're kind of stuck here with Patches Hour, so let's just enjoy her while we can. Neither of us are going to be here forever, so let's live in the moment and let her bite my arms because she's a baby. She's a baby. She's a baby. Okay, I think she's a baby who has had too much attention. She wants attention, but not that much attention. Are you gonna jump? You gonna jump? Jump! Okay. Patches Hour is now officially over. Let's go back to the news. Okay, let's see if we can continue our search for her trip at Loch Ness. Well, I assume this is her. Don't see. I don't know how Instagram works. I assume that if you're not signed in, you get a bunch of different pictures from not in sequential order. Here it seems like there's a lake in the background. I gotta sign in. Okay, let's see if we can find let's see if we can find a different account, a different like Twitter or something. Or if we can find somebody else. I think probably Daily Mail would have published them. Let's see. Daily Mail. Okay, here we go. Perfect. Daily Mail never fails to publish a bunch of pictures. A brush with royalty at the gates of Buckingham Palace in London. Queen Victoria remains stony-faced as Frida pulls a pose outside Buckingham Palace. Joining the throng at Disneyland Paris in her most recent Instagram picture. She's outside the Louvre as well. She's at Edinburgh Castle. Maybe she went over here. Maybe she's one of Flick's bitches. Whoa. He does say he likes a spicy woman. Okay, I think that first picture that they had was this one. Enjoying her boat trip on the waters of Scotland's Loch Ness. Look, see, she is one of us. And in some ways, she and I are very similar. Hang on a second. The headline here says, even joining playful hunt for Loch Ness monster. How do you know it's playful? Let's see if I type in Control F monster. See if what any of her pictures specify. That's just what the headline says. I'm assuming that's their wording, not hers. I gotta get in touch with her, see if we can. Is this her? I can't tell. I think so. I think this is her, but she's got multiple people in her pictures. I'm not sure. So I gotta get in. Those are all the articles I have for now, but I gotta get in touch with her so that I can have her as a guest in my Cryptid and Big Feats podcast, where we do investigative and detective work. And she shares her perspective and her thoughts and her findings as she goes around to travel. Because I am an indoor cat. I do not travel outside. I do not go to the woods, and I do not go to Scotland. What the heck? Why am I so cold all of a sudden? What happened? Why is it like this? Okay. So what I could do now is I could listen to some Big Feats while I do some art. I could go check up on daily UFO sightings. What the heck? There's a new RB and the Chief episode. Chief takes his helmet off, the movie. RB and the Chief. Nice meme. Let's see. Daily UFO sightings. So we could do this for a bit. I think I do gotta go pee, so maybe I'll put this on to babysit you guys for a second while I go do the gamer girl business. We can also do I have oh, what's his face? Chuck Jacobs. He's an Arizona Bigfoot guy. We can listen to him. He's got a couple Big Feet stuff. And then the other option is Dry Creek Wrangler School. We desperately need to catch up on some of his stuff. I think he's got like a whole 2-3 months worth of videos that I haven't listened to yet. Okay, so the two. Well, I guess most of these are pretty interesting. Posted 2 weeks ago. Old UFO sighting in Project Blue Book, U.S. National Archives. But I think what I'm more interested in is this one here. These two here. 3 structures on Mars and an alien statue. 3 miles high. Okay, let's check that one. And then this one as well. Alien city on planet Mercury and a platinum pyramid. Okay. Let's start with the 3 structures on Mars and the alien statue that is supposedly 3 miles high.
Hey guys, welcome back. This is Scott. Now, I found a couple things on Mars. I've kind of seen 1 or 2 of these before, but there's a third one that's just amazing. This is a dome. There's a dome on Mars. Here is a rectangular structure, and here is an alien figure that stands 3 miles tall. Now, here we are looking at the online version using web of the Google map of Mars. And you can see this. It's in an infrared. So infrared sees things other maps won't. And I noticed the infrared hasn't been edited as badly or as much as the other maps have. So look at that. Did you see those 2 structures there and those craters? It's absolutely amazing. It's just amazing. Now, I had to make the screenshot a little smaller because if you zoom in too much with the map, it actually goes white. They won't allow you to zoom in too much. Isn't that strange that NASA won't allow the public to zoom in too much on this photo of Mars? And I wonder why. Do you ever wonder why? Of course, you want to get a baseball bat and just hit me. You know why. Everyone knows why. NASA wants to keep us in the dark about things. NASA doesn't want us to know about things. See, it just turned white. And this is part of the structure. Here is that rectangle structure with some kind of horns. There's like some kind of devil horns on the top of this structure. Isn't that amazing? Look at that. It's just so cool. This one is actually an alien figure. And I'll show you in a minute. At the end of this video, I'll use these and put them into a photo program to add darkness so it stands out. Now, let's go look at the other one. There we are. That's a 3 mile one. This is the rectangle shaped one with the devil horns on it. But this one, if you add darkness to it, it really stands out. Now, here's the dome. And the dome's quite unique.
Wait a second, look at this. It looks kind of like a Pikachu. So this, here's the head, the circular part here, outside. This is the initial crater here is in the center. And then there's a secondary, I guess if we're on the ground, it'll look like a mountain or a hill. It's a very big ridge. It's a circular. And then there's like these little trails out here that kind of like a peninsula on the left, top left, and the top right. Looks like Pikachu ears. What the heck? NASA wants to keep the truth from us that there are Pikachus on, which planet is this? On Mars. That they're building statues to the devil. Well, the Christians of the 90s were right. Pokemon and D&D are devil worshipping and witchcraft games. What the heck? They were right all along.
Too. The dome, sorry, he keeps moving. The dome is, it's about 20 miles across. So how could NASA ever have missed it? Well, let me tell you, they didn't. They know it's there. They know where it is. The map's a little awkward there, sorry. It's jumping around quite a bit. But the dome is right there. I know exactly where it is. Don't worry. Right there. And it is absolutely amazing. If you compare it to the other craters around, you realize that it's not a figment of my imagination, that the other craters have light and shadow in a different place, on different sides, okay? Now, it's pretty remarkable, I think, that this dome even exists. It's just perfectly flat and everything. Let's look at a few of these. Let's look at this dome with added light to it to see if I'm making a mistake or not. Perhaps it's just rocks and dirt and sand. And let's alter it a little bit. This is Photoscape X on the Macintosh. Mac, on the Mac, iMac. And you know I'm old when I say Macintosh. Okay, now we zoom in, add a little darkness and deepening, and you can see the smoothness and the roundness continues. It doesn't change at all. It doesn't change. Oh man, that's just amazing. Look at that. You can see the lines, and there's some pipe-like tunnels on it and some flower-like structure on it. And let's look at this rectangle one with the devil's horns on it. Now that is just so cool. Now everyone's going to scream, demonic, demonic. Yeah, who cares? Anyways, angels and demons, aliens, good and bad. The difference is like potato, potato, tomato, tomato. Look,
Yes,
that is just amazing.
they are all connected. Angels and demons and Grey Lamaus and Big Feet and Loch Ness monsters. They're all connected.
You can see those horns on top and that rectangle shape there. It just stands out, and I didn't do much more than add a little contrast. Now here's the statue. Now this is where you really want to take notice. Now, the statue is about 3 miles high. Could be a little more, like 4 or 5, but I really think it's 4. I really think it's 3 miles high. Now, the floor of the crater is going to be, look at the figure taking shape. Do you see the alien's figure? This is an alien statue that's 3 miles high. The floor of the crater is about 2.5.
It does look quite humanoid here with the adjustments to the color and contrast that he's doing. I can see here the shape of a head, or the shape of what we under what's paradolium parapet paratrooper pareidolia Fuck. Pareidolia. Yeah, so it could, it very clearly and obviously is a pareidolia, but doesn't mean it's not an actual. I don't think it's a statue, unless I see more evidence, more convincing evidence, more clear evidence of the fact that it might be a statue, because this is far too blurry and it's not very clear. I can tell that it's a, what should we call it? Like a hill of some sort, because the way the light is hitting on the terrain around it, using the context of the rest of the picture. But what I do know for a fact is that the pareidolium is telling me that this part here is in the shape of what I would consider a human head. This part here is in the shape of what I would consider a human arm, or humanoid rather. This part here is what I would consider a humanoid torso. Here's the other arm down here. Here's probably a leg or a seat or a rectangular stand or post of some kind upon which the rest of the statue rests. So that's what I see, considering and being aware and mindful of my pareidolium. But I can also see that it's definitely something. It's not a perfect, the way the crater is, it looks, it definitely seems as if an asteroid of some kind landed here, but then I'm not quite sure what this would be. My mind is unaware of what natural phenomena could cause this. And so I will proceed being cautious of my brain playing tricks on me, as we all should at all times.
Miles deep. Now this thing is over that depth, so I'm estimating a low estimate of 3 miles high. Could be up to 5. Now look, you can see the arms, you can see the head, you can see the stomach sticking out forward. Its legs go backwards. You know how our knees go forward? Well, its knees go backwards. Its knees goes backwards.
What if it's just the alien who's on the pooper? Come on, bruh. You gotta give him some privacy. He's on the John. We need a word for John for the Great Lamaux. He's on the he's on the crater, bro. Come on, give him some privacy.
It has a big old butt there sticking out with one arm sitting on his butt. You can see his chest a little bit, his head, his oval-shaped head, the shoulders very thin. Guys, what do you think's going on with the world? What do you think is happening? Do you think NASA's ever going to tell us the truth, or do you think we're going to have to just replace NASA altogether? Scott C. Waring, UFO Sightings Daily. Like and subscribe.
Let's see. Are there any cool comments? Replace NASA. That's the best comment I've seen. Okay. Well, that's all there is on this one. Alright, before we get to the next one, let me go ahead and do my stuff in the gamer girl room, and I will be back in a little bit. Give me like a minute or two, and we will do our music again for the time being. Okay, I'm back, bitches. Open up. I think I was thinking a couple of cool things. We'll do it after this video. It is related to pareidolia and spooky thoughts in the night when I was a kid. And so I'm pretty sure we'll see more pareidolia in this video, so I'll still remember. And then I've also got some other cool stories from when I was a kid that aren't related at all to pareidolia, but they're pretty funny. So at least to me they are. So let's see. This one is again alien city on planet Mercury and a platinum pyramid. UFO sighting news.
Hey guys, welcome back. This is Scott. I got something for you from planet Mercury. Now this is an old discovery I made back in 2013. Wanted to make it HD for you so the quality stays up there. Now look at this. This is a full photo. There's a NASA link to this and I'll show it to you. It's in the about description below the video. Now look at this. Do you see that alien structure? It's not like it's an ancient structure that's tens, thousands of years old or millions of years old. That is new. That is an active structure. Whatever's living there is living there now. It wasn't just built, it's built to last. And now look at these things. This is huge. That building right there in the crater is built on the floor of the crater. And now the floor is about 4 miles deep. And this thing goes all the way up to the surface. 4-mile high building on the center of the crater. Now look at the color, the vibrance. It's glowing. It's glowing. They have energy there. It is active. This area of planet Mercury is inhabited by an alien or many alien species. Now, they probably work together just like humans, and, there's a lot of different species coming and going, but what we see here, oh, that's a little dark there. Maybe I should add a little.
I feel like anybody who's trying their best to be normal and not make YouTube videos on a channel titled UFO Sightings Daily will see that this is just artifacting as a result of limited camera and space telescope optics because it's so far away. I don't know that I would consider these to be buildings. What it looks like is there's this old game, I think it was on the Sega, where like there's these cubes stacked up on each other, and the character you play is he's like a ball, and he's got like his mouth is like a tube. He's got a hole, and then I think there's some balls dropping down, and you gotta avoid them. I don't know what that game is called, but the lighting of those cubes, where one side is like shaded and the other side is lit, that's what this reminds me of. It's just some sort of artifacting. Yeah, sure, maybe it could be a building, but I really don't think so. Maybe it could be a structure, but I really don't think so. You're grasping at literal pixels here to try to make a point.
Add a little light to it. Okay, let's add a little light to this one. Okay, now NASA doesn't want you to see this. I discovered this a long time ago, but I guess because it got in the world news about 40 times, it just wasn't deleted. They don't want to get caught deleting things that are too popular. Now look at that. Look at that. There's a pyramid here. Look at this. This is the greatest. I love this one. There is a platinum gold pyramid with a golden top center. Is that amazing? Look at the detail of that. Look at the detail. That, to me, is the holy grail of this whole video. That is just beautiful, isn't it? Just beautiful. I love the color of platinum. Now, there's many other things here. Many other things in here I'm not going to cover. You could look at this photo, edit it, make it more visible, more focused if you can. A lot of you have better skills than I do, and you can do this. NASA doesn't want you to know about it, but I want to show it to you today. Look at that. Look at that building. Giant rectangle. That's over a...
Those are just light pixels. Those are just pixels that are brighter than everything else. I don't know. It could be a star in the far off distance, and then there's some gases in the way that's making it look like it's a building, like it's something. I don't know. I don't know what exactly it is, but I would not go as far as to say that it's a building.
1.5 miles to 2 miles tall, and there is no crater around it. Now, there's something over here. It's kind of a tower, a golden tower, golden bronze. So clearly, aliens themselves like the color gold. Now, I'm going to try to focus it a little bit more. Just a second. Hold on. Let's see what we get. There we are. There we are. Now, it's a golden tower. Oh, it's easier to see when I zoom out, though. It's a little bit close, isn't it? Okay, there you go. There you go. Perfection. Now, understand, most of the surface here on Mercury is not dirt. It's not dust. It is structures. It's covered. They're using everything. Aliens are using everything, but there are some buildings and structures just...
Oh, just like how we use camo canopies to obscure aerial observations and hide positions, right? That's what he's trying to claim.
Pop, just stand out. But there's a lot of stuff in this photo I haven't showed you yet. So you should take a look at it. Hit that like and subscribe button. Share this if you can. Thank you very much.
Okay, we gotta leave a comment either here or on his Twitter. We gotta say, well, this guy over here is a non-believer, but don't you see that they are just tessellations of pixels, low quality facepalm? There isn't even the shadow of a road. He's got 2 thumbs up. He's a non-believer. He must be deleted from our following, from our community. It's strange how these aliens always decide to build inside a crater. It's almost like it's not aliens. 3 replies. A lot of these craters aren't what you think. A lot of them are some sort of fortifications when you look closer. Yeah, it's get in your foxholes. The humans are trying to spy on us again, and get in your foxholes with the space canopy. Those are mountains from the impact. I was on about the craters. They are not what you are told to believe. Another non-believer? What's he have to say? I don't see any buildings or towers. Just lots of giant square pixels. Come back when you have about 10 times better resolution. He's got 4 thumbs up? What the heck? Who are these non-believers who are watching these videos? It's not for you to see, someone replies. If the vertical and horizontal lines is an object, are precisely parallel or perpendicular to the top/bottom sides of the image, that is strong evidence to suspect that the object is merely some sort of image artifact. It's not perpendicular. The top part is not full. It's cut in between. Okay, well, that I think that about sums it up. He's got a couple other videos. He's got an 18-minute video about alien structures on Venus the size of Texas. Source deleted. Uh-oh. NASA doesn't want us to know. NASA wants to hide the truth from us. Be careful out there, bros. The glowies are against us. And also the glowies are amogos. Fuck, I'm getting a little hungry. I do still have 1 burrito left that I could heat up. I think we'll do that, and we will listen to... What does Dry Creek Wrangler School have right now? Let's see. He's got a cooking video. He's got simple cowboy breakfast. That's not what we come to this channel for. I did watch their biscuits one though. That one's pretty good. Maybe I'll at some point within the next 10 years I will try to make biscuits. The Legend of Freedom of Speech in America. That one sounds good. That's 20 minutes. Okay, let's do that one. The Legend of Freedom of Speech in America.
Good morning.
And I will listen on my phone while I go do my foods. Be right back.
Dwayne here, Dry Creek Wrangler School. And I hadn't been on here and made a video on sitting down in the tack room and just talking to you for a while. And so I think we're going to do that today. It's an important subject today. So I got me a Liga Privada number 9. I don't know if the subject's that important, but any excuse to pull out a Liga Privada is a good excuse. Just got back last night. Spent 4 nights in Salt Lake City at that Western Hunt Expo, and met a lot of you fine folk down there who came up, shook my hand, said hello, and I appreciate every one of you. I got a quick kick in that stand there. It's vibrating my camera. I appreciate every one of you. I was kind of taken aback by how many folks came up, and but I really appreciate your kind words, and so I thank you for that, and enjoyed meeting every one of you. It wasn't a good drive back yesterday. The weather was bad, the roads were bad, and the maps, I was trying to use maps, and it kept swapping the route. They kept saying, bad driving conditions in this route, we're going to take you another route. Well, I pulled over, said, forget this. I'm going to pull out the Atlas and find my own deal. Well, the Atlas was in the other truck. I didn't have it in the truck with me. So I wound up semi-following what it said. My goodness. I saw parts of Wyoming that I had never seen before and really did not want to see this time of year. And but I made it in last night, and so we're still alive and we're doing good. And I want to say before I get going on the video, if you go to www.drycreekwranglers.com, that's our website. There's a deal on there for the store. I was told I need to plug this stuff, and I hate doing it, but we do have these Wyoming Trader. This is the charcoal wool vest with the, I'm going to get a little closer here. It's got our logo on it, along with the canvas one I did the other day. We have denim pearl snap shirts with the same thing. All of them are made, they're all Wyoming Traders. And we got the caps and the coffee cups, and the Zippo lighters are back online. We actually physically have those in stock here in Wyoming. And so those you're asking if you want that, there you go. Now I'm going to talk about a subject this morning that has been relevant for a long time to me and here on the channel, and I've been thinking about it and studying about it, and I decided to talk about it this morning. Now, when I tell you what I'm going to talk about, let me tell you in advance, so you're probably going to hear a side of it that you likely ain't never heard before. All right? And you expect from me, I don't beat on the same drum that everybody else beats on. You're going to hear the cowboy side of it, okay? I'm going to talk about freedom of speech in the First Amendment, but I'm going to talk about it like Dwayne would talk about it, all right? I get people that they, from the very beginning, get on this channel and they jack their jaws. There I go bumping that tripod again. They jack their jaws and they say stuff and then if I get on there and say something, they throw the First Amendment out. It's freedom of speech. I got the freedom of speech guaranteed by the U.S. Constitution. I can say what I want. No, you don't. No, you can't. You say, Dwayne, I have a constitutionally guaranteed freedom of speech. No, you don't. And you never have. Well, Dwayne, the First Amendment guarantees my freedom to speak the way I want. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It never has. It never has. I'm not saying that our freedoms have eroded down to the point today that we don't have what was in.
Those are always the best kinds of people who don't understand the laws or certain political, constitutional, legal speech and or doctrines. I think maybe it's because I'm different, because I carry around a pocketbook of both the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. So I have read it many times. Congress Congress, keyword Congress, shall pass no law infringing on the freedom of speech or the press and all that jazz. And secondly, what is it again? Militia? I haven't read it in quite a while, as you can tell. But the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Easy, simple, direct language. And I guess some people are too brain dead to consider the fact between a law, legislation, and a principle. The principle of freedom of speech and in the U.S., the constitutionally protected rights of free speech are two entirely different things. But I guess that just goes to show the quality of people who are on the internet and or who comment. So that's a quick way to go about discovering whether or not someone is how much thought they may or may not have put into freedom of speech when they go into the comments and type something like that. Easy peasy. Okay, let's listen while I finish my burrito. Yum 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 yum.
Intended. No, I'm saying that's what was never said. That's what was never intended. There. That just blew your mind. You never had it, and you got less today of what you never had before. Okay? Now, pause the video right here, pull your phone out, and Google the First Amendment, and then come back and continue the video, and we'll talk about it, okay? But anyhow, I'm going to read it to you. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, there's freedom of religion, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or of the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. You see, Dwayne, that says that our free speech is protected. That's not what it says. Y'all, words are important. All right, whether you're reading your Constitution, you're reading a contract, you're reading a marriage vow, or you're reading your Bible, words are important, and words mean something. What it says is Congress shall make no law saying you can't do that. That's all it says. We're not going to say that you can't say that. That's what the First Amendment is. Congress is saying we are not going to tell you that you can't say that. But also, I hate to break it to you, all right? But the Congress of the United States of America is not the end all of all laws and liberties. Okay? They're saying we're not going to say you can't, but that doesn't mean somebody else can't. We're not saying that you can do anything you want. We're not saying you can say anything you want to anyone you want, anywhere you want, any way you want. That's not what the First Amendment is. The First Amendment is saying we as Congress are not going to abridge your free speech. Now they do. All right, they do. Nowadays they just call it hate speech. And the bad thing about that is they are the ones who define hate speech. So they define, you say something as hate speech, and then they say it's against the law for hate speech, okay? But that's something else, all right? But you don't have freedom of speech. What's even worse is these dang knobhead Americans, the ugly Americans that go overseas and stand there, I'm an American, I got free speech here in Italy. You got the freedom to go straight to jail, all right? I spent some time in Thailand. There was I think he was a Dutch or a German. White man, while I was there, got the soup beat out of him. I mean, they ganged up on him on the street and just beat the soup out of him because he wadded up. He got mad at a vendor and wadded up the dollar bill and threw it on the sidewalk. Now, he was making an expression. The problem is the king's picture was on that dollar bill. And you disrespect the king in Thailand, and you're fair game. Now, an American would go over and say, I got freedom of speech. I can stand up and say, the king of Thailand is a tyrant. The king of Thailand is this. The king of Thailand, he's ugly. He's got a big nose. He's blah, blah, blah. You'll go to jail. You don't have free speech over there. You don't have free speech here. All right? That's not what the First Amendment is. The First Amendment is simply, Congress says they're not going to make a law forbidding it. But I tell you what, you go to a theater, in a crowded theater, and stand up and yell fire. All right? When the aftermath sorted out and the stampede and the people are in the hospital and everything, and they come pick you up, stand up and tell them, I got the right of free speech guaranteed by the First Amendment and the Constitution. See how that works, all right? Go to San Francisco and stand up on the sidewalk, shake your fist, and say, death to gays. And then when they come at you, say, oh, I have free speech. How's that going to work for you? You don't have free speech. Now, say, Dwayne, does that bother you? No, it doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me at all. Now, the rest of that deal says freedom of the press. Okay? Freedom of religion, freedom of press. Now, I agree with freedom of religion. I agree with freedom of the press. Now, the press have thrown away those freedoms. They have not thrown them away, they have abused them mightily, but they're still there. And I'm not against any of that. But the point I want to make today is the people that are the loudest about their free speech, their right to stand up and be as big a jackwagon as they want to be, anywhere they want to be, to anybody they want to be. These are the people who have the least personal control over their own tongue. A human being, a good human being, has control over their tongue. And they don't stand up and yell, I have freedom of speech. Now, you get on here.
He's talking about a woman, right? When he says the good human being has control of their tongue, right? Am I misunderstanding, right?
Like we have problems, guys like me on YouTube, this right here, or they're cutting out firearms content off of YouTube. They won't monetize it, all right? People get upset about that. I don't get upset about it. People say, they're taking away our free speech. You don't have free speech. On YouTube, you don't have free speech. You never did. It was never claimed. If we do a channel on YouTube, we apply for permission to have a channel to upload videos on this private company's property. And they say you can upload videos as long as they don't contain this or this or this. That's their right. I'm the last person, when they demonetize one of my videos because I'm smoking a cigar, I'm the last person that's going to jump up and down and growl and say, they are taking away my free speech. They never claim to give you free speech. All right. And when you get on and comment on a video on YouTube, you never had free speech. YouTube gives content creators, that's me. Look at me. This is what a content creator looks like. All right. They give them right off the bat. They give me the power to delete your comment. Any comment I want. I don't have to give an explanation. I don't have to give a reason. I just delete it. All right. And then they go step 2. They give me the comment to block you from my channel. You can never comment again. All right. No free speech. And if that's not enough, I can turn all comments off. Any creator on YouTube can. I can turn all, and nobody has any speech. All right. And that's legal and right. It's legal and right. Not only that, but it's moral. Now, again, people just they can't grasp it. All right. And we're so dogmatic about our rights. And we do have rights that our government is taking away. All right. But what Americans are claiming today as free speech, you've never had that. You have never, ever had that. All right. So instead of worrying about Congress taking something away, or Congress giving you something, a freedom and a right that they never promised to give you, they never promised to protect you from somebody else who won't let you talk a certain way. Instead of worrying about that, what you need to start doing is worrying about yourself. You need to worry about control over your own tongue. The book of James.
No, but Dwayne, my heart is so job, and it's so draining, and it's not at all to do with other people's speech or my speech. No, it's just the heart.
Chapter 3 says the tongue is set on the fires of hell. All right, think about it. Wars have been started by words. Millions of people have died, and it was all started because of words that were said. Marriages have ended. Fights have begun. Murders have been committed. Lives have been destroyed. Businesses have been destroyed. Anything on this planet that you can imagine that has happened, that has been evil, started with somebody's tongue. It started with uncontrolled words. I want you to take inventory and stop and look in your life. How much unpleasantness in your life today? You like how I said that? Unpleasantness. How much grief? How much conflict? How much?
I don't know why this Pepe has a blanket that says the MAGA, but it's funny. And I like it.
Negative in your life today was started because of something you said. Now you can make that bigger. How much of it was started by simply something that somebody else said?
Nothing bad ever happens that I start because I never say anything. That's gonna be the counter to. In one of the comments, they're gonna say, "So you're saying I can't speak up? I can't speak my mind? You're telling me to shut the fuck up because I can't control myself?" And then they're gonna get angry at him. Okay, get my tablet.
But you know what? We need to worry about taking care of ourselves and what we say before we start worrying about what other people say. If we cut down on the amount of grief.
But Dwayne, that's too hard. It's much easier to bully other people and try to control what they say.
Grief that we bring into our life based on what we say. We got a whole lot more room to deal with the grief in our life based on what somebody else says. And we can do that without wasting our time and our energy standing up shaking our fist about a right that we were never given in the first place. All right? Think of it like this. All right? There's a boy out there. He's not my boy. And he's about to do something that's probably unwise. All right? Now, I might say, son, you probably don't want to do that. But that's it. He's not my kid. And if he ain't going to die, then I'm not going to step in. I'm not going to say, son, you can't do that. Don't do that. But I'm not going to stop his daddy from stepping in and say, son, don't do that. You can't do that. You're going to get hurt. Do you see the difference? You see the difference? Congress says, I'm not going to step in and say you can't do that. But I'm not going to step into the city or the corporation or the family or the church or to whoever and say, you can't stop them from doing that. Well, that just kind of opens up a whole new complexion to the entire dang planet, don't it? All right? But the main takeaway I want you to take away from this today, if you, in your personal life, all right, in your personal life, if you feel the need to stand up, you've been speaking and saying something, and you feel that the situation has evolved to a point that you really need to keep hammering on your right to free speech, you need to stop and look at what you're saying. And you need to stop and look at where you're saying it and who you're saying it to. The problem may not be your lack of free speech. The problem may be your lack of self-awareness and a tongue that is not under control. Not everything that you have the right to say is the right thing to say. It's not right to say everything that comes to your mind to anybody that you want. All right? Now, I have a certain faith. I have my faith, my belief in God, the way that I believe it. There are people that come through the school here and they have a different faith. I don't share their faith. But I have no right. No, let me back up. I have the right as a human being to publicly say, you know what? I don't agree with your faith. I think you should do this. It's my house. It's my school. All right, it's my property. But it's not the right thing to do. It's not the right thing to do. That's not what we are here. It's not what we do. Okay? Now, someone comes through and someone says, you know, people get on the channel and they say, Dwayne, I really respond to this message or that message, and I'm LGBTQ, I'm gay, I'm trans, whatever. Look, my belief in Scripture says that God doesn't accept that. Okay? And so while I have no dog in the fight at all, I get my view from Scripture, and I don't think it's right. I don't think you answer to me. I'm not the one you got to deal with, okay? And so it's not right for me to point my finger at you and get online and hammer at you for something.
If only more people are like that. It's you don't got to answer to me. It's like, yeah, that's my take as well. It's like, I think it's almost always the worst people. The worst people imaginable. How do I say this? It's almost always those who, I don't want to say shallow or superficial, but that it's the word I'm looking for is somewhere in that region. I think it's something external rather than internal. The reasons for why people like that. I don't know if I should make this red as well. Oh wait, Peepo's shirt is blue, right? So let's make his thingy a bit more blue. I think typically my biggest issue with I forgot to do my spooky story happening things. I'll do that in a second. I kind of feel like those who are not like Dwayne, but are of some sort of religious flavor. I believe. Oh, what the heck? I didn't even finish this? I believe they're like. I read the passage. I've read the scripture on stream before, where I'm pretty sure I have it here in Obsidian, where when you pray, you should not do it publicly out in the streets for all to see, but you should do it in the closet in your home, in privacy. I think it's like about trying to not be like the Pharisees. Where the heck? Where's my Bible stuff? Here we go. Religion, Bible verses. Okay, here's my collection of favorite Bible verses. Starting with John 1:17. Here we go. Matthew 6, verses 5 to 11. And when thou prayest, thou shalt not be as the hypocrites are, for they love to pray standing in the synagogues and in the corners of the streets, that they may be seen of men. Verily I say unto you, they have their reward. But thou, when thou prayest, enter into thy closet. You gotta go in the closet, guys. Enter into thy closet, and when thou hast shut thy door, pray to thy Father which is in secret, and thy Father which seeth in secret shall reward thee openly. But when ye pray, use not vain repetitions as the heathen do, for they think that they shall be heard for their much speaking. Be not ye therefore like unto them, for your Father knoweth what things ye have need of before ye ask him. The next one I have here is Matthew 7:15-20, about the beware false prophets which come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravening wolves. Where's the shadow of the valley of death? Here we go. Psalm 23. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me besides the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. I still gotta keep working on collecting more of my favorite verses. But anyway, yeah. I think a lot of those people who try to, I guess force is the perfect word, try to force others into their, to abide by their own worldview and beliefs, those are the people who I like least of the religious folk. And so I wish more people were like Dwayne, like, yeah, he doesn't believe it. He doesn't believe that's the way one should live. And that's okay, because he's gonna do his own thing. I'm gonna do my own thing. And if if things are the way I believe, if I am reading correctly, then I'm pretty sure there's no issue, and I will still dwell within the house of the Lord for all eternity. But yep, I have no desire to convince anyone else. My relationship with God is between me and God, and that's it.
It's my channel, and you came into my channel and you said what you said, so I have the right to respond however I want to respond. But it's not right. That's not what the discussion is. That's not what the heart is. That's not what it is. So I don't need Congress to put out a non-existent freedom of speech for me so I can be an unkind person to you based on what I believe.
What's the other word he was gonna say? He stopped himself. Come on, bro, you have free speech, you can say it.
Because I have control over my own life. To a degree. And sometimes not to a degree. But I work on it. And I do a whole lot better than I used to, okay? As I made a point in another video a while back, if you need the law to make you do right, then you're not doing right. I don't need the law to create a right to make me do whatever's right. I think I just twisted that all up, but good. That'll give you something to sort through, okay? So anyhow,
I believe what he was searching for is a quote from Socrates, which is, I have gained this by philosophy, that I do without being commanded what others only do from fear of the law. I believe that's the quote. And what the heck is this? How the heck did this get here? Fuck out of here.
I'm going to stop there. You don't have a right on anybody's YouTube channel to get on and say anything you want, and they have to let it fly. All right? You don't have a right to come into my house and be rude. You don't have a right on the street to disrespect my wife. Now, a lot of you poor pansies out there, this really upsets you, but I will bust your head. Forget your freedom of speech. You turn around and say something super ugly and super disrespectful to my wife. Your free speech, which doesn't exist. All right? The city might have an ordinance, and I might get arrested for assault, but your so-called ephemeral freedom of speech doesn't exist. All right? So stop being mouthy and stop being stupid and stop hanging on to something that was never there in the first place. Okay? Now, this is going to be controversial. Some of you are going to get real upset. Some of you are going to walk away and say, he's crazy. But that's all right. I reserve the right to be crazy.
That bitch is crazy.
Like Waylon said, I've always been crazy, but it's kept me from going insane. And being crazy keeps me from drinking the Kool-Aid. All right?
What the heck, drinking the Kool-Aid?
And I wish you the best. Stop worrying about other people and worrying about yourself. Now, when I say that, I don't mean be selfish. I mean, stop. What is it the Bible says? I mean, why are you pointing at the splinter on my eye when you got a whole log in your eye? All right, get the splinter out of your eye. And worry about the problems you have. Worry about controlling your tongue. Worry about being respectful. All right, worry about being honorable. And then you won't even need congressional intervention. All right? All right, we'll catch you guys next time.
I actually don't know how many frames I would need for this particular animation that I want to do. Because I want to get the monitor light to be shining on him. So we need at least 1, 2, 3 unique frames that are like playing back and forth. I guess we'll do that. We will check. We will start with 3 and see if that's good enough. It should be. Next up. Next up is Strange Familiars. It was uploaded 19 hours ago. Episode 452, Hunting Bigfoot.
Come on, Strange Familiars, buddy. Love to talk with you. I'm a big fan. And he may or may not have been wearing a flannel shirt. So I don't think Sean has listened to a ton of Strange. We're going to be talking a lot. He's my neighbor. How you doing, Octavian?
I'm doing pretty good. Let's hope I don't ruin this.
Haven't seen you in like 48 whole hours or something.
I know, it's a world record.
Octavian and I get to hang out a lot. He's my neighbor now. We had dinner 2 weeks in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Lovely little sushi restaurant nearby now. Very good restaurant.
Yes.
Been quite enjoying it, and great options for those of us who are not eating meat on Fridays.
Mm-hmm.
Might go there again. We'll see. This Friday. Make it 3 in a row. We'll see. All right, on tonight's show, I'm going to be talking with Sean, who has these Bigfoot encounters, and then something which sounds like a Bigfoot encounter, but he says in the end he doesn't think it was. This thing was kind of haunting a campsite for several weeks. They were staying there. It was taking things from some of the campers. They were finding them deep in the woods. It was approaching at night. No one could catch this thing. Everybody went after it. They called the police. The police couldn't find it. He said the one time they did see something, it appeared to be a big guy, which they saw a silhouette on a hill with a beard, and he may or may not have been wearing a flannel shirt. So I don't think Sean has listened to a ton of Strange Familiars, but that rang some bells for me.
I'm sure.
Yeah. I like the Bigfoot stories, but I like that story. That was my favorite one of his stories.
My new favorite thing
It was,
is ominous Bigfoot-like creatures on ridges, because if you...
It was a Bigfeet who was also a Men in Black agent. And they don't all wear black suits, apparently. According to the Claire story, who plays in the intro of Sasquatch Chronicles, who says that they were chuntering away back and forward, back and forward, back and forward. She got accosted by two guys. I think one of them had a flannel. So, oh my god, this hurts my eyes. No. Oh no. Red on blue hurts my eyes, and I don't know if that's just me. And I guess I should specify very solid red and very solid blue. Okay, let's get rid of this for the time being. Easy peasy.
You remember that episode of Sasquatch Chronicles with Les Stroud. He talks about seeing two Bigfoot essentially on the ridge, and they telepathically asked him if he wanted to come with them.
I would love to get Les Stroud on this show.
I know.
He has one of the most, I feel, one of the most honest journeys through Bigfoot. If you watch the Survivor Man Bigfoot stuff, he starts out, let's find this creature in the woods. And then over time, he's like, there's something weird about this. There's something weird about this. He's very honest about it. And then he ends up...
You are not allowed with all the cringe. This is a non-cringe maxing stream. You must resend all the cringe if you want to participate and listen to spooky stories. No cringers allowed other than Bigfeets. Bigfeets are the only ones who are allowed to be cringe right now. Thank you for the 58 months emoji. When did you get in here?
There's some of the stuff that you had to be a member, I think, of his... He had like a member thing on his website, and he had like a members episode he did of Survivor Man Bigfoot, where they got super woo. I mean, they're talking about orbs coming at them and hearing knocks, like answers to knocks when he got home kind of thing. Like all this kind of crazy weird stuff. And he's just arrived at the point where he's like, this isn't a natural animal.
And if there was anyone to know what a natural animal is like, it's him. For
Yeah.
just doing all that Survivor Man stuff originally.
Yeah. Les Stroud, I know you have Where the Footprints End Volume 1, because I sent it to you. Come on, Strange Familiars, buddy. Love to talk with you. I'm a big fan. I don't say that about many folks in the Bigfoot world.
Mm-hmm.
Before we get to Sean, I want to talk about something that's very important to me, and hopefully important to Strange Familiars listeners as well. Our on-site shows, many of them, are either directly on or near a through hiking trail that runs along the Susquehanna River called the Mason-Dixon Trail. York County has done a good job of preserving green spaces. Lancaster Conservancy, you may or may not have heard me talk about them before. I know I talk about them on Discord a lot. I'm not sure if I've ever brought them up on the show. They do great work. They preserve land in like...
Yeah, I looked up the other one, the first one you mentioned, the A Way to Live. There's no wiki page for it, but I did find it on Amazon's the Carl Rogers book. They do have it here, so we could do that if you want to. Where'd he go? It was like a super old version. A Way to Live? A way to Be? Well, whatever, it's here, so we could do that if you manage to find it. Oh, A Way of Being. That's what I got. Okay. Yes, this one. Yeah, I do have a couple of psychology books and stuff. It's not here again. It was literally here when I checked like an hour ago. Whatever, they're retarded. They're just retarded. Way of Being. Oh. Even if I type it correctly, I have to scroll down anyway, like 4 or 5 books. There we go. See, like the fifth book. 1, 2, 3. The 4th book. And there's only one version of it. The 1980 version. Not the 1995 version. I don't think there'll be too many differences. It should be okay. Let me send you my current list of things. I think there's a way I can print out just the titles and stuff. Or maybe I can send you... Can I send this? Does this work? Okay, here we go. Here, I'll send you this. Some of them are similar, I think, to the Carl Rogers psychology-ish habit stuff. I guess you can also see this one. Do you have that tab there? Where is it? Yeah, on the top left I also have currently reading. You can... I like the one thing. I started that one. That one's pretty cool. And then 7 Habits, also pretty cool. So yeah, you can go have a look at those Stinky Winkies. Some of them might be interesting to you too.
Lancaster and York County.
They unknowingly give the weird a place to flourish in York County.
Well, I mean, you need wild spaces for it.
Mm-hmm.
You need wild spaces for the weird. Many of the places that we do on-site shows that you've heard us talk about, Devil's Hole, Toad Road, Muddy Creek, the Delta locations where I found the footprint, the state game lands where Chad and I recorded the Car Door Slam, these all fall either on or near the Mason-Dixon Trail. If you like our on-site shows, listen up. There's a proposed facility that they want to build at Cuffs Run in York County. It is going to ruin a huge section of the Mason-Dixon Trail if they build this thing. It's going to take out a huge portion of the green space here. You can comment on this. The information is at lancasterconservancy.org/protect-cuffs-run. Cuffs is C-U-F-F-S, like the shirt cuffs. I'm going to read from the Lancaster Conservancy website. In 2023, York Energy Storage LLC proposed construction of a 225-foot-high, 1.8-mile dam and power turbine pumped storage facility, which would flood 580 acres of land along the Susquehanna River, rich with natural, cultural, and recreational resources. By the way, York Energy Storage LLC, not from York. They just named it that to make it seem like it's a local thing, not from York. The facility, which would be located along the river in York County, would use electricity from the grid to fill a reservoir with water from the Susquehanna River when the cost of power is low, then release the water to generate energy during peak power usage periods when the price of energy is highest.
Okay, before we get too deep into this, and before I forget, I still gotta say the stories of when I was a kid. So I was reminded of this when we were looking at the alien structures on Mars with pareidolia. There was I went to a summer camp right before middle school, I believe. At some point in middle school, I was about maybe 10 or so. And it was nighttime. It was summer. There was where's my stuff? Here. There was a dresser. And on top of the dresser, there was some dirty clothes. So I'm here laying in bed. And then the dresser's over here. And then the window is over this way. Oh, fuck. And the street lights are on, so there's some light coming in. And then on top of the dresser, there is a collection of clothes. I guess I shouldn't do that. I should do it like this. A collection of clothes whose silhouette looks vaguely humanoid-like. So there was kind of like the shape of a head-ish, a shape of a torso-ish, a shape of like a round bottom. So I guess kind of like the way I have it here is kind of like a pawn piece, I guess. Except it gets a little fatter rather than thinner, where the neck and the torso would be. So there's this vaguely humanoid shape, and all I can see is the shadow, the hedgehog, and for some reason my eye and my mind just keeps looking at it, imagining some type of gremlin or goblin or gnome. and I was too tired. I didn't want to go up to like knock it down over into the laundry bin or whatever. I think I stood up for like 30 or 40 minutes, just occasionally glancing back at it, at this spooky shadow that looks kind of like a person. And occasionally, from time to time, I could have sworn I saw it move. But I don't think it ever did. I think it was just my stupid kid brain. my stupid kid brain doing the human pareidolia, and I thought that was so funny. I think I was maybe 6 or 7 for this other story. It's some people's bedtime. Why would you say such terrifying tales? I mean, I'm just trying to let you know, if the lights are off and you're about to fall asleep and you have a little bit of light, you may want to knock over some humanoid-shaped looking things in your room. Also, additionally, back in those days, I don't think so. They didn't have a hat. The head had no headgear on it. So I don't think it was the Baba Spook. But also, back in those days, we didn't have the luxury and the privilege of having a flashlight on our phones that we carry around all the time. So if you find yourself in that situation, you can quickly verify that it's not a spooky monster. And if you go over to put it somewhere else, to hide it out of sight, you can confirm first before you touch it whether or not it's a goblin. It would have been nice back then to have had a flashlight, to have had mobile phones. That would have been super cool. Okay, this other thing. Back in New York, when I was a kid, we used to drink these colored sugar water juice thingies. And on the label, they had like a picture of the bottle. It's a plastic bottle with like one of those things that you pull out and sip out of it like a straw. On the label, it had a picture of the bottle, but it was like it had eyes and hands, and it may have had legs and feet. Let me see if I can find it. Sugar drink. Label. I assume it was just like some kind of a generic thing. Label 1990s. See if I can find a similar one. It was this sort of design, like the Sunny Delight. And, but it wasn't Sunny D, it was its own cheapo sugar water for the poor kids to get fat and unhealthy. Anyway, it was a bottle like this. And on the label, it had a drawing of the bottle with hands and feet and hands. And my brother once, my older brother, he's 2 years older than me, he told me once, as we were about to go to a sleepings, he told me that you can surprise you can surprise the juice bottle if you wake up in the middle of the night and open the fridge quickly. You can see that he comes to life like Toy Story. He told me that, and I was just waiting one day, just waiting at night in the dark, waiting to hear the fridge open to see if he was gonna come out. But I was too spooked at the dark, so I didn't go to the kitchen because there were no lights. So I didn't go to open the fridge and check it out for myself. So yeah, that's that's how he trolled me. I may have had one other pareidolia thing. No, I think those are just the two stories that I thought of earlier when that alien guy was talking about the alien buildings on Mars. So yeah, that's what I had. Okay, let's go back to the big feets. The big feets and the comfy Pepe.
This is the fourth time in 4 decades that some company or another has applied for a preliminary permit to study this very same project. February 10th, 2023, York Energy Storage applied for a preliminary permit for the project from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, FERC, F-E-R-C. September 6, 2023, FERC rejected the permit, citing 2 deficiencies. November 14th, 2023, York Energy Storage reapplied for a preliminary permit. January 5th, 2024, FERC issued a deficiency letter. January 15th, 2024, York Energy Storage resubmitted to FERC. February 1st, 2024, FERC accepted the preliminary permit application and provided public notice of it. We are now in a 60-day window to file comments and interventions objecting to the project. Comments and interventions can be filed through March 31st, 2024.
Is there any kind of like town hall for local people to speak up about this?
It's a federal project. We have to comment. Our way to speak up is to comment on their website. Continuing with Lancaster Conservancy, why we are opposed. The Lancaster Conservancy, along with multiple government, nonprofit, and community partners, including Susquehanna National Heritage Area, Lower Susquehanna Riverkeeper Association, Farm and Natural Lands Trust of York County, and Cuffs Run Alliance, is opposed to this proposed pump storage facility. Among other reasons, the project would destroy preserved farms, a section of regional scenic Mason-Dixon Trail in York County, the view shed from the popular multimodal Enola Low-Grade Trail in Lancaster County, so it's going to affect the other side of the river as well. Forested lands much needed to help ensure the ecological health of the Susquehanna Riverlands landscape and waterway. The landscape of the lower Susquehanna River Gorge has been recognized by both state and federal governments as worthy of protection and investment. The state of Pennsylvania prioritized this area for protection as a conservation landscape in 2010, and the federal government designated the region a National Heritage Area in 2019. In the last 10 years, over $100 million has been invested by county, state, and federal governments, as well as nonprofit partners and local municipalities along the river. These investments have supported a thriving and growing outdoor recreation and tourism economy, which would be threatened should yet another power generation facility be added on this stretch of the river. We should stop here and note, there's already a dam right there, right across from it. There's a dam further down the river in Maryland. There's the nuclear plant in Delta, the Peach Bottom Power Plant. We do not need another power plant.
Yeah.
In this area. We just don't need it. Back to Lancaster Conservancy. While sustainable, renewable energy options are needed to protect our environment, this project is not green. Facilities like this one pump water into a reservoir, then release it to generate electricity when demand and the price of energy are high. According to York Energy Storage's permit application, the efficiency of the project is expected to be 80%. This means that it takes about 20% more energy to pump the water into the reservoir than is generated when that water is released. Proposed facility at Cuffs Run would involve the destruction of carbon-storing biodiverse forests, and it would use energy from a grid mostly powered by natural gas and coal to power the pumps that would fill the reservoir. About 60% of the energy generated by the PJM grid, which includes Pennsylvania and Maryland, along with all or part of 11 other states and Washington, D.C., comes from natural gas and coal. What you can do: file interventions or comments with the FERC. The Conservancy is actively organizing opposition with our partners and preparing to legally intervene with FERC to formally object to the project. You can also intervene or file comments to let FERC know we don't want this facility on our lower Susquehanna River. In general, individuals who are not landowners within the project boundaries might be best served by using their time to submit comments. Intervention makes you an actual legal party to the case, while filing comments alone makes you a commenter, but not an actual legal party. Either way, FERC must consider your comments and objections in deciding this important case, and FERC will consider those comments, whether or not you also intervene. They have how-to options on their website. I'm going to put links in the show notes. If you live locally, if you live near, if you plan on ever coming to visit this area, you've heard me talk about how beautiful the hiking is along the river, please comment. It does take about 15 to 20 minutes to do because you have to fill out the forms. I know time is valuable to everyone. If you care, please do. This isn't a political issue. I keep politics out of Strange Familiars. This is an issue about preserving this green space, preserving this area for future generations, for people who love it, for hikers, for hunters, for fishermen, for you and for me. Please, if you have the time, please comment. Again, especially if you're local, I think it'll mean a lot.
For you and for
I have
me.
wanted to do
I know it's my
for a while
destiny.
a sort of, what do they call it? A sort of telethon? I don't know, radiothon, podathon?
Mm-hmm.
Not for us.
Podathon.
For things that we find.
That sounds like it'd be cool.
Causes that we find, worthy of support. So I did want to mention this. It's very important to me.
Imagine you take the who was it, Ludwig, who did the streaming on for each sub. They should do a podathon where save the forests, save the big feets by giving me money, and for every $20 we will the podcast will continue for another hour. Whoa. You'd have to have like a circle, a group of like 20 people to just go in and out of rotation to take naps. Talking about all the cool Big Feet stories.
The Mason-Dixon Trail is where I spend most of my hiking time. I love it. Chad calls me a river rat. I've converted him a little bit. At first he was like, always wanted to go to the mountains. Now often he's like, let's head to the river.
Mm-hmm.
I showed him the beauty of the river.
I know, I'll be spending a lot of time down there as well.
You've seen the gorge.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you know how beautiful it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's stunning. That's many parts of the Mason-Dixon Trail. And they've rerouted some of it to just the nature of the trail as it follows the Susquehanna South. Sometimes you have to get off the trail and get onto roads to hike for a little while. But some of it they've rerouted. Some of it that used to be on roads, they've now rerouted through these parks, many of which Lancaster Conservancy was responsible for building and for making into parks or for purchasing the land and keeping it green space. So again, if you can comment on that Cuffs Run thing. If you want to support Lancaster Conservancy, I'm sure they could use the financial support as well. LancasterConservancy.org. I'll put links to the show notes for that and for the Cuffs Run thing, how to comment and so forth. So as we're doing our little mini podathon here, I asked you, do you have anything that is meaningful to you, an organization that you would like to promote, Mr. Octavian?
Yes. Okay, so the charity that I wanted to support and bring attention to was the WCS, which is the Wildlife Conservancy Society, and they conserve habitat for 50% of biodiversity They've protected 350 plus areas of wildlife and green spaces, and they give back to indigenous communities all over the world and work to repopulate endangered species of animals and things like that. And I am a wildlife lover, an animal lover. I work at a vet hospital, so it's a vested interest in mine as well. And they have a donation of, you can donate as small as $5 to $100 on their website. Tim will probably put that in the show notes as well.
I will, indeed.
So yeah, that's my charity of the week.
They are WCS.org. That's easy.
This Pepe has,
So.
And the donation page is on the front page at the very bottom.
This Pepe has a very long table. Oh, wouldn't it be cool if I also give him a standing desk? Sometimes in the animation, he stands up. Whoa.
So
Awesome. Now that we've done our good deeds, let's go ahead and hear my talk with Sean.
all right.
I'd like to welcome Sean to the show. How you doing tonight, Sean?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. So, you contacted me after some people recommended Strange Familiars to you, and you said you might have some stories I'd be interested in. You said the magic word Bigfoot, so I guess let's start with your Bigfoot experience, or is it more than one?
Well, I'm 45 now, but when I was 8 years old, my sister, she was 14 then, she had a picture, and the picture was, there's a chain of islands on Lake Superior just north of Wisconsin. There's like, I don't know how many islands there are, but back in like the 80s, that's where she was with her friend. Her friend's parents had like a boat, and she spent a lot of time with them, so they would go all over on the boat. But she had this picture of her. She was sitting on this giant, like, looked like the size of like a one-car garage. It was a boulder, and her friend was probably standing far enough away to catch the picture of her and the boulder. So she was probably a good distance. I'd say maybe, I don't even know, I couldn't guess, but off to the left, her right, on the ground, you can see, I always thought to myself, and I asked my sister too, I was like, why is there a monkey in the picture? And she's like, what do you mean? I said, look. And ever since then, I always wondered, why is there a monkey in the picture?
Yeah.
And we couldn't figure it out, and we just kind of chalked it up as like whatever. So, and then it just went back in the box and went back into storage. And then when I was like probably 17, we dug the box back out, and we were looking through the pictures and everything, and she pulled that picture out, and she's like, look, remember the monkey? And I'm like, yeah, how is there a monkey right there in the picture? Like, this is Minnesota on Lake Superior on an island.
It's monkey
so I'm like,
time, that's why.
this makes no sense. Like, and I didn't know anything about Bigfoot, so I was like, this makes no freaking sense. So, and then like Web TV came around, and I don't know if you remember Web TV, but you could hook it up to your TV and internet. Yeah. But we got that, and then that's when I learned about Bigfoot. I sent my picture to a couple of like researchers, and they told me it was just a uprooted tree, which was bullshit. I don't know, but then a couple of people, one guy out there, he drew me a picture and said what he got in on it. I said, well, if you could get that from whatever you're clearing up and zooming in, you got software, send me the real picture. And he was just weird, but he only sent me what he drew, and he was a really good drawer, but that was kind of scary to see. But I was just wondered why there's a monkey. I got involved in like in 97, I started getting money.
What the heck kind of a dick is that? He was just a weird guy? What the heck? He did you a favor. What do you mean he's a weird guy?
Annuity money, because my dad was killed when I was 2, so in 1980. So like there was a bunch of money left behind because I was the youngest. I got the most. And growing up, my sister's always telling me like, when you turn 18, you're gonna be rich. And I'm like, yeah, what? I didn't even care. I didn't even know like anything. And then when I turned 18, yeah, I got that first check, and I was like I don't need to work. So I delved more into Bigfoot, and I always thought to myself, like, if I would have picked a different path back then when I turned 18, I'd probably be married with kids, and I'd still be in Minnesota. I wouldn't be in Oregon like I am now and single. But I chose that. I like really delved into Bigfoot. It was weird. I spent a lot of time, I was more pro kill, and all the research teams in Minnesota really didn't like me too much. So I kind of stayed under the radar. I was always like not really in the know. I was kind of more snooping because I was, really amateur, just kind of doing my own thing, kind of going a different route because they were all just going out and doing wood knockings and screaming. And I think that's just dumb. But the way I did it was I was trying to bring them towards me. So, it was a lot of like trying to figure out where like clusters are based off other people's
This.
sightings. So I'm like snooping all these, you know, research team websites on web TV, and I'm finding all these like hotspots, and some of them that, you know, have more than others. You know, but I'd go to these areas and I would try to pull it towards me, and then if I get a clear shot, I didn't care if it was male, female, you know, child, whatever. I was more pro kill because I feel, you know, like it should be proved, and you know, I kind of want to prove it too. Not really much anymore because I'm not rich anymore, but now I'm here in Oregon. I don't even really go out and look for it here. I know it's here. That's the thing about here in Minnesota, is that's why I was so hush-hush about it and only told so little people, was because in Minnesota, you talk about Bigfoot, you know, they look at you like you have 3 heads. Here, you ask anybody, have you seen Bigfoot? And people, they've seen some weird down here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's a Bigfoot sticker on everybody's car.
Yeah.
What the
Bigfoot's
heck?
having a pop culture moment
Where's
too,
this?
I think, because I've noticed that.
Did he say Minnesota? All the big feet are over there? Maybe that's why Joe Biden messed it up that one time when he said he tried to say Minnesota, but he said something else.
Like in the time, even since I started writing about it and stuff, I see a lot more Bigfoot stickers and T-shirts and everything now.
I mean, hell, I got one in my car now.
I had one until it peeled off.
So I just went a different route and tried to lure them to me.
That should be the first sticker I get for... I still gotta get a Bigfoot hat. And maybe some other Big Feet related items that I can use in certain projects.
What I noticed was it was really hard
Maybe.
pulling anything older than like a juvenile, a child.
RPs is hungies. We'll go take care of that in a second. Let me be right back. And let me make sure I don't deafen you with OBS being weird about the music. Be right back. more big feet and more the heck is that? Oh, that's part of the image? What is this thing? I was like, what the heck? It looks so weird. I thought it was like a scratch or a hair on my monitor. The picture trolled me.
Wild. Like, that's the only action I would get. They wouldn't come close. They would never come out of the tree line, but they would come close. Like, you're thinking, like, there is a chance, but then it was very amateur. I didn't know what I was doing out there.
Did you ever pop a shot off at one?
No. Because I never had a clear shot. And I didn't know, you know. People always say, like, if you shoot one, they're all going to come kill you. I don't believe that. I really don't. I don't think that they're going to do that. I think they're just going to scatter. They're going to run, be scared shitless.
So how did you draw them to you?
First, I started with, like, noises, like toys and, like, loud things that babies like. I didn't know any way to attract something that...
He's just treating them like babies? He's just putting out baby toys? He's also putting out baby food for them? What the heck?
Lived out, you know, something that they never see before. So, like, something loud and kind of babyish. Because I didn't know what kind of...
Sure, yeah.
Kind of like, you know what I mean? Like, I was bringing, like, foreign foods out there. Because at the same time, my cover was I was coyote hunting if the state ever came, or DNR or anybody.
Right, yeah.
And then I was in certain areas more than others. So, and it was amazing how close they were to the city.
I have found, at least here, that some of the places we get activity is oddly close to houses and civilization.
Yeah, in Minnesota, it's called Lino Lakes. It's like the chain of lakes, because, you know, Minnesota has 10,000 lakes. So there's a chain of lakes that kind of go into maybe like 30 minutes north of Minneapolis, and they're there. There's a wildlife management area where there's a lot of areas that are shut off and closed off where you can't hunt. So, you know, because management area. So they have a lot of places they can hide there. That's where I was going a lot. It's called Carlos Avery Wildlife Management Area. It's really big, but a lot of areas were like off limits. So,
did you ever get a really good look at one?
Yeah, like I seen a really small baby, and then I saw like...
Why are you so spooked, Ivy?
When I say baby is like maybe, I don't know. It was small. It was like looked like a 5-year-old.
I hope Arby isn't gonna find a good spot to throw up. Let me go ahead and get my stuff off the bed. He's gonna time it just perfectly so that he throws up the entirety of his tummy contents onto my phone. I guess he's just super duper excited that I give him food. This is Strange Familiars. Ivy, what is that? What? Are you gonna throw up all over my bed again? Ivy.
And then I seen like a bigger one, but I didn't know what I was going to do if I lured a child out. I mean, I didn't really, at that time, I don't think I really cared too much. I had some people that I'd contact in the Bigfoot world that I feel I could trust, but, you know, I was just really low key and in the radar kind of, but now I see these, I still kind of follow some of I don't follow them, but the Minnesota Bigfoot guys, and I'm like,
the Strange Familiars guy who interviewed the woman with the hair pulling and the demonic Mickey Mouse. And you know what it's like when somebody's laying in bed with you?
Like, you guys are, I don't know what happened to them. They just kind of sold out. They fell out because they're doing like tours and like bringing people out and hitting like bats. And there's another guy that's like doing that samurai talking into like a loudspeaker. Yeah, it's just like, what are you doing? I don't understand that, because at first he was really like into Bigfoot, but he kind of like sold out. So,
I mean, you know, there's people who say that works for him. When we go out, we don't tend to do a lot of hollering and knocking and stuff. We just kind of go out and be in the woods, you know?
Yeah, let them come to you.
I suppose so, yeah. So can you describe them, like what you saw?
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. They look more doggish when they're young. Or at least these did. I don't believe the dogman thing. I just feel like maybe that's a different like breed of Bigfoot, but...
Yeah, I find the sudden prominence of dogman reports a little suspicious. It's like they just came out of nowhere. Well, in fact, I know some researchers are turning Bigfoot reports into dogman reports because Dogman's he's the big scary new guy. I printed a story in one of my books that another researcher had down as a Dogman story, and the witness contacted me aside. I never said it was a Dogman. Like, what are you doing? And I was like, well, I'm just printing what the other researcher said. I didn't, kind of reprint what he said. So I know, in fact, some researchers are changing Bigfoot reports to Dogman reports. So when you say it looked dog-like, and I mean, like, what about it?
Like a puppy, like
it looked dog-like in the face, or just in its mannerism? Was it on all fours? Like, what about it was dog-like?
Like how it looked and kind of how it moved.
Was it quadrupedal, or was it on two legs?
It was just weird. It was like a baby. It was like just sitting there, like like a baby would sitting on his butt, just kind of move.
It's a baby, like Patches. What's up, birdie?
Being like it really wanting to move. Like, I don't know. It's just really weird. Like, I felt like for sometimes that I was really close enough to him that maybe the family wasn't that far away, because maybe they do hang out in the thickest part of the woods. I don't know, but I always seemed like I was always near a tree line, which was really thick. And that was the thing, was trying to pull them out of their comfort zone, but they would never leave. They'd come close, but they wouldn't come out.
I know that guy, that bear hunter in California, who said he shot what he said, a mother and a child, or two child. I don't know, but he described the young one as looking like kind of like a dog in the face.
What, that Justin guy?
Yeah. Which, I don't know.
I heard his story.
Yeah, I don't know if I believe his story or not, but I'm just saying that he did describe it like that.
Yeah, he said he shot the mom, and then he shot the kid. I'm like, why would?
It's hard to say with this stuff, and the thing is, like, in doing research on the bodies that people have claimed to have, 100% of these things, not even 98%, not 99%, 100% of these things that people have claimed to kill have disappeared in one way or another. We do not have a body, and there's been, I don't know, in my book, I tracked down at least 10 different examples of people who claim to kill him, and not one body's out there, including the Minnesota Iceman. If that was ever real, that body's gone.
It's the Men in Blacks.
Supposedly, the real one was replaced with a model. So if that was ever real, that's gone. So it's interesting to me, just like, I don't know, there's something weird about these things. The fact that even when people supposedly get them, they disappear.
Yeah, I did it from like 97 to like 2008, and then I stopped, and now I just listen to stories, and it really wasn't that exciting. It was exciting for me because I was out there hunting it, and I was trying to pull it out, and there's just a lot of time spent out there, and a lot of hours, and a lot of just like not knowing what I'm doing, but just doing it anyways.
Yeah. So what did the larger one that you saw look like?
I'd never seen a larger one.
Oh, okay.
I've only seen like juvenile to the child.
Oh, okay. So the one that was larger than the infant, or so didn't you say you saw two?
Yeah, I didn't really see his face though, but he was just big and looked like a linebacker, but he was just small, like a smaller linebacker, and it was crazy. But you could tell that they wanted to come out, but they wouldn't.
Covered in hair, like the typical kind of.
There was a guy, he disappeared off YouTube, but he was another guy in Minnesota he was a researcher, but he had a video where it was like literally, it had to have been at his feet, like just the way that he was positioned the camera, it was as low as it could possibly go, but you could clearly see its face and his hand, and it was like it slowly picked up like the log in front of it, kind of off to its right, and slowly pulled it to cover its face. And I'm like, that was weird. And then that video kind of disappeared after a while, but then I asked him about it, and then he disappeared. I was like, man, I don't know what's going on. But I was following a lot of like people just.
All the big feet people are disappearing. Sus. Irby sus. Right, Irby?
Kind of in the background, like areas that they were getting good, good sightings, good everything, getting gifted. I would just go there and try and get me one.
Mm-hmm. What kind of weapon do you use when you go out hunting for Bigfoot?
Well, I always thought it really didn't matter. It just was shot placement, because most people they just shoot where they shoot because they're frightened, I guess. You just shoot to shoot, but I would think something that big, you'd have to shoot it like in the eye or the nose, the head, the ear, somewhere soft where it's going to go in and, headshot. I don't know, because people say that it has the heart's over here. And
I've heard stuff like that, like the heart's in the armpit and stuff. And I'm like, how do you, like, I really would like to interview these people and ask them how they know.
Exactly.
What are they basing this on?
Yeah, that's why. But I figure something that big is going to have some.
They're basing it off stupid Reddit creepypastas. That's fair.
Pretty strong bones, so.
Certainly, yeah.
I would shoot somewhere where it was soft tissue and something that they need, like their eyes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still for it, but I don't really do it anymore. I don't know why. I mean, I'm here, perfect out here in Oregon. They'd probably just kill me and eat me.
Well, I mean, there's come from the weirder side of things, and I've taken a number of. Well, I didn't take a number. I've read a number of reports. I've researched a number of reports of people shooting them to no effect whatsoever. That'd be the only thing I would worry about. That and like those fellas down there in the South, I'm really worried they're gonna the pro kill guys down there. I'm worried they're gonna take out a hunter by mistake. That's the only thing I worry about. That they're using like heat vision scopes and stuff, and I'm just, man, if you I know they have a secret area, but if some hunter wanders into their area by mistake, I'm just worried about that. I hope that they're careful with whatever they're doing. That's all.
I know they got all the thermal and the night vision. They got the perimeter freaking sensors, and yeah, they're nuts. But it's also crazy how quiet they are.
The Bigfoot.
Yeah. They move like the wind.
Oh, if that's what snuck up on us a couple times in these areas. Yeah,
it's like scary.
Yeah, they're there. They're not there, and then they're there. That's the only thing I can say. And they growled at us, or one growled at us, or huffed at us, or something, and either moved so quick that by the time I got my headlamp on and panned it around, it was 15, 20 yards away, or it was another one 15, 20 yards away because I hit its eyes with the light and it lit up, but impossibly close to us in the brush. And I was like, we did not hear that approach at all.
Yeah, I had one with it was my friend's dad, the mom, and then the 1, 2, 3, there's like 5 of the kids there. They all went camping for a month because they bought a house. I'm not going to say it's Bigfoot, but whatever it was really good at what it did. Whatever it was quiet, like a ghost, but could stand right in front of you. You didn't even know it. And it was just weird. Me and my friend seen it, the silhouette of it sitting on top of the hill, which I think it kind of probably wanted us to see him. Because then the reason I don't say it was a Bigfoot was because from the silhouette, from what me and my friend seen, it looked like a dude with a trucker hat on and like a goatee beard, but kind of like pointy on his chin. And he had probably like a flannel on, but you couldn't see the flannel, but it looked like a bulky, like button-up shirt. And he was just chilling on the hill. And the moon was kind of bright. You could see like through the trees, and then you could see. And then as soon as me and my friend got up to run at him, all he did was laid forward, and he was gone. But we didn't know if he just laid down or if he really took off. Because if he did, we wouldn't know, because that's happened before. And we were just thinking either he has really good night vision, or I don't know. But yeah, that was just.
It was a spooky gnome who had a portal right in front of him. So when he dropped down, he just teleported away to some other spot. That's what it was. The spooky gnome people of the woods. I do wonder, however, there are people who hypothesize that Bigfeets can go through portals. They have certain areas that are portals, and that's why they can seemingly teleport and just disappear quietly. But there is no evidence for me to make any strong claims either way. But I am more likely to lean in the camp that you need to provide me with much more evidence than simply statements and or theories. The only possible thing that could maybe count as evidence is the historical accounts that spooky things and spooky monsters are in the forest, and that's why we avoided them for so long. Like all the goblins and the devils and the gremlins and the baba yagas, all the good stuffs.
That was really weird too.
Yeah, that is.
Because it got like so bad that the local police came, and then they sent in a state trooper. The state trooper helicopter came in and flew over and did the thermal and night vision. And what they said was weird was that there's nothing in the park from like around us for ever.
See, it was a portal. He teleported like 5 bajillion miles away.
No deer or anything, like nothing.
Yeah, no deer, nothing. And they chopped it off as the whistling was like a bird somewhere.
You were hearing whistling along with whatever else was going on.
Yeah, it went on for like 3 weeks. It was pretty crazy.
That's wild.
But that's what I mean. It was so quiet because his dad ran in the woods. I ran in the woods. 3 of the brothers, we all ran in the woods. And we were all probably literally like 5 feet from each other in the pitch dark. We couldn't see anything because neither of us had flashlights, or, I don't think we had, we didn't have cell phones back then. So, we were camping and they had like a camper and we had a tent. Yeah, so we're like probably literally like 5 feet from each other. All these dudes just kind of with their arms out too. So we're kind of like feeling around because we can hear them. And the dad was like, telling us all to shut up. And he's like, whatever it is, it's standing right in front of me. So find me now. And we were like trying to frantically like go towards his voice. And then, I don't know, got away.
Wow.
So weird. Yeah, that's why you couldn't hear it run. You could just hear it breathe kind of. And then it would, whistle, and Yeah, it was weird.
So, other than just kind of creeping around and whistling, what was it doing around the camp for that long?
But when we first heard it, you heard it come down the hill, but obviously you could tell it was on, 2 legs. And then it would like come at the bottom of the hill, and it was kind of foresty. It was kind of, there's a good tree. There's a good tree cover. And there was a hill, but then on the top of the hill, there was kind of like a bike path. So we thought it was maybe somebody, but they would stop at the bottom of the hill. And then the weirdest thing that I thought was me and my friend were sitting on the picnic table, and like 5 raccoon came out of the tree line. They didn't look scared, but they looked like they were in a hurry. And then the tree kind of shook, and you kind of heard like a growling, but it was super high. It was probably like 9 feet up. But for some reason, my brain I don't know. I just didn't put 2 and 2 together, and I kind of chopped off as like it was a dog. But I don't know. It was really weird because I asked my friend, I was like, because he's seen what I see.
His brain was not in survival mode, and he would have totally died if it was a dude who wanted to live out in the woods. He just wanted to come down for some food. He heard you guys, and he wanted to steal your sausages.
I don't know if he heard what I heard, but he seen the tree shake, and we were probably literally like 4 feet from that tree. So it kind of spooked us with the raccoons coming out. I kind of like looked at my friend and I said, do raccoons normally do that? 4 or 5 of them just come charging out of the forest? I didn't think of it as like Bigfoot because our tent was literally in the tree line like 4 feet. So our heads, when we were in the tent, our heads were in the trees in the woods.
Mm-hmm.
And we never had any issues. Like we had a big window right there. And, we never had like anything like mess with us, like next to the tent or like anything like that. Whatever it was started messing with some of the other campers that were next to us. Just, stuff was missing, and then they'd find it in the woods. I don't know what that was. Because I look up, like, that city was Lake Elmo in Minnesota, and it's probably maybe 45 minutes east of Minneapolis, maybe an hour. I don't think an hour, probably 45 minutes. It's closer to St. Paul. I still always wondered, because me and my friends, we all, we still talk about that. Like, what was that at that park? Like, it's just weird.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know how much you've listened to the show, but when you say somebody in a flannel shirt.
I don't think it was a flannel shirt. It was just a big, bulky, like, button-up shirt. Like, you could really see the collar, and you could see, like, his trucker hat. You could see his beard, and it was the weirdest thing.
Yeah.
I asked my friend, I was like, you see what I see? And he's like, yeah. He's like, why is this sitting on top of the hill? Like, nothing. Like, he's like, no big deal. So we figured it was him. Because the one cop, when he went in there, he had his canine. He walked in the forest, like, maybe 10, 20 feet, and then he stopped, turned his light off. You heard whistling to probably I think it was his south, and then you hear it like in front of him after like 10 seconds, and he turned his flashlight on kind of frantically, like looked behind him, and then turned his flashlight off again, and then you heard the response whistle, and then he turned it on again, and then you looked at his dog, and his dog kind of was like, and then he called in that chopper.
Interesting.
State trooper.
Wow, that's interesting. Yeah.
And then that chopper was
He
like,
knows. The state trooper knows. They all know. They gotta have. Well, what do they get on the state troopers so that they don't talk? What is it? Did they just leave them to their own devices, and then the troopers decide, well, no one's gonna believe me, and additionally, everyone's gonna think I'm a fool and some kind of druggie making shit up. Is it the first one or the second one?
There's nothing. There's nobody.
Yeah, I don't know. But that sounds like some of the stuff we've had kind of approach us. It's like you said, they're like a ghost or something. They're not there, and then they're there, and it's very disconcerting.
Yeah, because you could really tell it was somebody, because they would come. It would happen for like 2-3 weeks, and it would usually start around the same time. Like come down the hill, walk around a little bit. For a while, like I think he didn't take any of our stuff, but like the other family, like we found towels, like really deep in the woods, hanging on trees, like somebody hung it up there, kind of sprawled it out. There was like a weird moment when me and one of the brothers and me, we were walking down this path, and we heard like splashing probably 30 yards, 40 yards away. And I just kind of jokingly yelled out, "Help me." And there was kind of like a really faint, scary response. My friend's like, "We gotta go check." I'm like, if we go check, I don't think we're gonna come back. He's probably gonna murder us.
Was it like a grunt or a growl, like the response?
No, the response was a super creepy "Help me back."
Oh, that's creepy. Wow.
Oh my god.
So I was like, "Help me," and then you heard like, "Help me."
Oh jeez.
Imagine you're trying to troll a Big Feet by yelling "Help me," and then the Big Feet trolls you back way better than you trolled it. Oh my god. Okay, wait. So what if it actually was a person and they actually yelled "Help me," and they actually thought the actual other person thought you were in trouble? What the heck? What a dick! Someone's just trying to enjoy their vacation, some time away from people in the woods, and then you do the most human thing and you bother them. Wow, what a bunch of dicks. Well, serves you right. Now the Big Feets warned you not to yell help when you don't actually need it.
Yeah, I was like, wow. And my friend looked at me like, you heard that, right? I'm like, yeah. I was like, that's somebody with us, because there's no, that was weird.
Yeah, that's crazy. Wow.
But that was before all the weird stuff like started happening, because like my friend, they're all brothers, and then they had one sister, and they were at the lake. There's like a man-made lake where you could, had like fresh water, like it was clean. But all the brothers were like swimming, and the one brother said they looked back onto the beach and they saw the sister standing there watching them swim, and there's some dude like standing behind her, like his nose to like the back of her head, like that close, like
what
just
the
kind
heck?
of creeping.
Oh
like
God.
I don't know what that was about. They kind of chalked that up as to maybe having to do, because they said after that weird incident, like everything started happening. I'm like, it's like whoever this is has like clouds for feet, and they can move super fast. Because when we were walking through there, it was really we were like elephants.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like you knew we were back there, and that's why it was just mind-boggling.
Yeah, at night.
Maybe we were just a super duper homeless guy who had the ability to go super duper stealth mode. Pretty spooky if it was an actual dude.
You can hear all kinds of critters, natural critters, whatever. They make noise, little things.
And you could kill yourself trying to walk in the dark.
What the
So
heck?
I don't know how he was doing it.
Yeah, I can't without a headlamp. Chad's got my investigation buddy. He's got better night vision than me, but I can, without a headlamp, I'm tripping all over the place. I don't have good night vision.
Yeah, but I mean, like this was back in like, I don't know. I mean, not that far, but maybe like 2000. So it was weird.
Yeah. Would it be every night for like 3 weeks?
2 or 3 weeks, yeah. And then it kind of stopped after it got to the point where the law enforcement had to step in, and they said the whistling was a cat in the tree.
Okay.
But the area that they told us it was in didn't make any sense, because we knew it was far, but it was close enough that it was closer than it was far. But it was just weird how it sounded. It sounded far, but you knew it wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
And that whole thing was weird, because one of the brothers went into the army and did his thing. So he was kind of a crazy one, running through the woods trying to find this whatever it is, because they were all saying like, oh, it's that whatever that thing you believe in, that Bigfoot. They're like, you hunted it so much, now it's hunting you. I'm like, no, it's I said it's not a Bigfoot. It's no, I didn't get that feeling. That's why I just felt like it was somebody.
Mm-hmm.
And even the dad, he was ex-military too, so he's like, yeah, he's like, they have to have night vision or something, because they're just too good. Like there's no getting past it. Because I know that they make stuff that you can put on your feet for hunters, because I'm a hunter, so I never used them before, but I know they make those things for your feet so you can somewhat move a little quieter. There's like a bigger print, so you break less.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, even out there, like it was just, I don't know if you've been to Minnesota. I don't think the upper Midwest is any, because where are you from?
Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I don't really know Pennsylvania. I've never been out there, so I don't know like if it's anything like Minnesota, where like the forests, like, because the forests here in Oregon are nothing like they are in Minnesota. So.
Yeah, out Pacific Northwest, it's just a different kind of thing. Like deciduous forests in Pennsylvania. If you get up high enough, you get some pine forests and stuff, but most of it's deciduous forests. A lot of hills, a lot of rocks, a lot of rocks.
A lot of leaves, a lot of twigs and dead fallen wood, and you're not gonna, if you just casually walk through the woods, people are gonna know.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Even a squirrel going through the woods sometimes sounds like a 300-pound human.
Oh yeah.
I'll be hiking alone and I'll hear like crunch, crunch, crunch. I look over, it's just a little squirrel. It's just like things make noise here. There's too much litter on the ground.
Yeah, and that's how it was in back then, and it was like peak summertime, so it was hot as shit. That's what the law enforcement said though, was that they were more just, how is it nothing? Like, how is there nothing?
Yeah.
Because the cop said that he swears, and how his dog reacted, that there's something there close, and there's two of them. How can it because that chopper made like 3-4 passes. And he went the whole park, and he wasn't really far. Like, it was weird. Like, he was that close when he called it in, because I don't know if they were coming already or if they were just that close, because as soon as he called it in, it was like literally 2 minutes. You could hear the chopper coming. And I'm like, wow, that was, I was like,
It's because he was already on his sixth finding big feats. His sixth streak, so that was his 7th one. That's why he came in so quickly.
that was really fast.
Yeah.
I was like, do you guys know something already? Because other campers were complaining, calling law enforcement and saying, stuff's missing, like they're getting weird things happen to them. And like, so it wasn't just us. And it wasn't just us on that side of the park. It was happening on like another side of the park, which was weird, but I don't know what that was about. I forgot to say too, is they had a dog, and for some reason, I don't know what the headache was about, but they had to like put the dog in a different area of the park. So one of the brothers had to go and put a tent over at this little lot where you're allowed to have the dog for a certain amount of time. And then I went and hung out with him for, I think, 2 days. And one night I heard, it sounded like, I don't know, maybe 5-10 horses like running on really like hard, solid ground. But there's no horses anywhere around. It spooked the dog so much that when the dog like hit the front of the tent, the zipper just like went up, and the dog was gone. And the dog never came back.
Oh,
I don't
wow.
know.
Never found it.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Wow.
The guy in the woods ate him. That's what happened. Either he claimed the dog as his own, or he ate the dog. Maybe he's Chinese.
Dog never came back.
Wow.
My friend didn't wake up. He was sleeping. He doesn't believe me. He was like, that was our family dog. Like, why would it just, like, I don't know. It's like, it sounded like there was a gang of horses outside running around us, but then it stopped. Kind of scared me a little bit because I knew that there was no horses or anything loud enough like that to be running. Enough to scare the dog, and then the dog takes off. And so where'd the dog go? I don't know.
What the dog doing?
But that was in a complete different area. There was no trees anywhere. It was just all open field. There's really no trees.
So he didn't wake up, or you could not wake him up when this happened?
No, he didn't. He didn't wake up.
You think it was just he was just slept through it? It wasn't anything weird about not being able to wake him up?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I think he could probably sleep through like atomic bomb. But...
Okay, all right, yeah.
Oh,
Sometimes
just like
we have
me.
these reports where stuff happens and people can't wake somebody up. I mean, there was the one, the Monster Quest guys up at Snellgrove Lake. They said that something came around and was like banging on the cabin and stuff, and the one guy was awake and he couldn't wake anybody else up. He said he was pounding on them, shaking them. Nobody else could wake up.
Oh, yeah. No, nothing like that.
Man, that's disturbing though. Just no sign of the dog from that point on.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was the weird thing. And it was a busy campground too. It was really busy. There's a lot of RVs, a lot of primitive camping, there's that man-made lake. There's like other attractions. So it was just always hopping. And I was like thinking, so weird, like whatever's messing with people, it's us, it's messing with us. But then there's primitive camping that was kind of back, like it was closer to us, but it was, further back. And you would think like, is that guy also messing with primitive camping? Because that's kind of where he's coming from. Maybe he is a primitive camper and he's just, I guess because what was behind us was there was nothing. If you were back there, you're on a bike path or, you're walking or hiking or whatever. So there's no like camping back behind where we were because it was kind of like swampy. So that's like the area that they were checking the helicopter. I always wonder too, like, because some people say that they can't swim, but some people say they can swim. I think they can swim. I don't know if they do, but if they can or they do, you would think maybe does it work with humans too? Like dive underwater, kind of, because if you're up to no good and you're doing all these things, and you don't want to get caught, and you know that they're going to send the chopper.
Then you better not start any trouble in my neighborhood.
Over. How do you get rid of your body heat signature?
Yeah.
Just jump in the water.
Yeah. I mean, that's a lot to go through for just, messing with people.
That's what I mean.
Like whistling and grabbing some towels or whatever, kind of mischievous stuff.
But I don't know what else he was up to do. I don't know what else he was up to. But
yeah.
It's just, it makes you wonder, like, was there really something and they just weren't telling us?
I mean, that could be it too. Yeah.
Yeah. But the bigfooting was me trying to get one to prove to the world. I didn't care. Like, if something happened with, like, whatever, got to go to prison for it, then, whatever, I'll go. I don't care.
Oh my god.
Not me. I'm not going to prison for Bigfoot. He's got enough in my life. Well, Sean, thank you so much for sharing your stories.
Thanks for listening.
He was willing to go to prison for big feats by telling the what was he gonna tell Fish and Wildlife that he was hunting for something else? Wow, what the heck? Imagine being so dedicated to your. It's not even his line of work; it's just his hobby. Unlucky. He was the guy. He was the one who would have found big feats for us, but he was not chosen. He was not the one.
If you like what we do here at Strange Familiars and you want to help us out, you could consider becoming a patron at Patreon. It's patreon.com/strangefamiliars. All of our patrons get commercial-free versions of the weekly shows, plus extra episodes. We do full extra episodes every month for our patrons, at least one, sometimes more than one. You can check out all the options at patreon.com/strangefamiliars. There's also an option via Apple Podcasts. It's called Patron of the Strange there. If you sign up via Apple, you also get the weekly commercial-free shows and the extra episodes as well. And as always, I'd like to thank all of our patrons, no matter where they support us. Thank you so much. We could not and would not do the show without you. Once again, it's Patreon.
I feel like this is just way too dark here, this color that I selected. I think there's 2 colors. No, maybe it's okay. Now that I think my issue is just that there's such a huge contrast with the transparent color and then this that I can't see the lines of the monitor, but it's actually gonna be okay. The episodes that I listened to before this one, they ended the show and then they had like a short song to play us out. What does that mean? There's nothing on the screen. But then this one and the previous one, there's like a whole entire 5, 7, 10-minute song at the end. What the heck? Literally nobody else does an outro song that long, except for these guys. They wanna stand out in the pack of the Big Feats and Spooky Monsters podcasters. Yeah, that's pretty weird. Definitely not a Bigfoot-like behavior. Seeing a person or seeing what you think is most likely a person with something that looks like flannel shirt, like clothing. I don't believe I have heard or read of any other encounters in which clothing is mentioned, and so that's definitely bizarre. I think maybe only once before have I heard about whistling, and so this thing that this guy encountered, I don't know, it's something else. I don't think these guys get a lot of comments on YouTube because I think the majority of their audience is elsewhere. Yeah, there's no comments. I think they mostly have like Apple peoples on other platforms, so there's nobody here to speculate for me what it might be, to drop some nuggets of wisdom. It wouldn't make sense for it to be a walker of skin either, because actually the lore is that they can shapeshift into probably anything that anyone that they've seen, and probably also fabricate clothes. What if the men in blacks are just walkers of skin? That could explain what they've been seeing throughout the centuries, consistently, following spooky encounters. That could be a thing. I will have to consider that point further in future research. his other recent, I guess there are a couple who does this show. Their other recent uploads include Oily Black Ghost, Graveyard Witches, The Minotaur, The Witch Digger's Return. I guess that's a part 2 from an earlier episode. Return of the White Monsters, In the Shadow of the Witch Diggers, It Came from the Mirror. Oh my god, that sounds spooky. I'm never gonna look at a mirror ever again. Okay, we did find some the previous time we listened to these guys. They did have a couple of other Alamau, Grey Lamau episodes. Where did those disappear to? Grey Lamaus, where are you? Your Grey Encounters Lead to High Strangeness Part 2. Okay. So there's 2 episodes here back to back. Let's do... Did we finish listening to this one? Let Us Into the Room? Episode 303, the other Grey Lamau one. UFOs, Aliens, Abductions. Let me open up this one again. Episode 303. It shows that I've listened to part of it, but I think I just opened it and it played like 2 seconds.
Camper from our Etsy shop. It does come signed. Thanks to everybody who ordered it. Thank our patrons. Thank each and every one of you for the support and for the help. We could not make Strange Familiars without you. If you like Strange Familiars, if you like what we do, and you want to help us out, and get extra content besides, the way to do that is to become a patron at Patreon.
Okay, the description says Kate shares stories of encounters throughout her life, including Altered Man, Antlered Man, Greys, Shadow People, and more. Okay, so this is the one we listened to before.
As an example of the abduction.
The woman with the George Bush dream, I think. This is her, right?
In front of me was a big black screen that reminded me of an Apple IIe, you know, where it was like the screen, it had like the green text, like the very old school.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think it'd be really, really interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I always said that it seems like the other, whatever these things are, can use technology, but it seems like it takes them a while to be able to use it. So, for instance, in the Mothman prophecies, they were getting weird phone calls.
Mm-hmm.
Now the phone, right.
So, yeah, it's very interesting to see how all of that might play out as, you know, as technology changes.
Right, and of course what you saw looked like an older screen, an older Mac, right, with just the green. I've had the thought, it's like maybe there's some trigger or something, and they're like, yeah, this particular person can't handle this memory or being awake for this.
To describe it, like its shading didn't vary at all, but it was kind of shiny experience of waking up.
Did the same. It was just.
Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure this is one of the ones. Let me see if I can go find the demonic Mickey Mouse part.
Anywhere else.
There was anything weird. I just assumed that, you know, there was one other person in the house and it must be him. And
right. And did it feel like whatever it was let go when you slapped it?
Yes, yes, it did let go right away.
Okay, this is the the hand. The hand pulling her hair. Okay, so this is the one we listened to, but then what's this other one that I apparently also listened to all the way through? UFOs, aliens, abductions. Well, okay, whatever. I will review those later. For now, let's go to that 2-parter. 2 whole hours of spooky Grey Lamau. Episodes 318, Grey Encounters Lead to High Strangeness.
Same kind of thing is happening to everybody involved in the research group. Really, really interesting. It calls them to kind of conclude, like we did, that this stuff, ghosts and UFOs and Bigfoot and all this stuff, seems to be somehow related. They're not sure exactly how it's related. They're very honest about it. They don't know what it is, but they're just saying this happens and this happens over here too, and this has happened to us. Really, really interesting stories. It's going to be a 2-part episode. Tonight's the first part, and we'll get to Paul and Charlie in a moment. Before we talk to them, I put up a bunch of original art in our Etsy shop. Original art from The Witch Cloud, original art from Where the Footprints End, the art from the High Strangeness t-shirt, if you want to own the original art from the back of that with the Bigfoot in the graveyard, or from the front with the owl. Those are up there. If you want to own a piece of The Witch Cloud or a piece of Where the Footprints End, this is your chance. So go ahead and get to Etsy. Our shop name is Lost Grave, but if you type in Strange Familiars, our stuff should come up. I will try to add more artwork from Where the Footprints End, Volume 1 and 2 in the future. All right, let's go ahead and get to my talk with Paul and Charlie.
I think this is, like I said before, his music, but I do think it also gets dinged by copy strike, so I do want to be careful with it. I might just skip ahead. I don't know how long this one is. Is it 20 minutes?
Search, which we can get into a little bit as well. Well, hopefully more than a little bit. I'm interested in what you guys are doing. How are you doing tonight, guys?
Very well. Doing great. Thanks for having us on.
So, how did this start for you guys? I know Charlie said you heard me on Sasquatch Chronicles and thought that some of the stuff that Josh and I were getting into with Where the Footprints End was pretty interesting and seemed to be on the right track. But what started you on your path?
Okay, so, I've been an experiencer since I was around 6 years old, around the 5-6 time frame. So when I was a kid, it was about the year 86, my father and my mother had separated, and my mom, my grandmother, and my sister all lived in my grandmother's house. My grandfather had recently passed away when all this had happened as well. And being in that house as a kid, it was a really creepy house, still is to this day, and had a couple of times where we heard like noises, footsteps, things like that. And my mother would always tell me, that would, there's no such thing as ghosts, no such thing as anything, paranormal. And I can remember the first time I ever had an encounter is I was, it's just one night I was laying in this back bedroom that we had, and I woke up and I could not move. And I can remember this as clear as it just happened. I couldn't move. And, I look over and there's these 3 little gray guys standing in my room. I was scared, didn't really know what was going on. I shut my eyes. I was trying to move, struggle as much as I could. And then, I fell back asleep. And then the next thing I know, I'm waking up. And I told my mom, hey, I had these little men in my room last night. And, she was telling me, oh, you're just having a nightmare. And being a kid, I believed what she was telling me. Mm-hmm. And then that became kind of like a regular occurrence.
How old were you when it started?
About 6. And my birthday's at the end of the year. So this would have been in like...
If he is a lifelong experiencer, then I'm pretty sure he's going to go through and cross out and determine through the amazing power of deduction, how he is able to discern sleep paralysis from these events, because that's definitely one of the key things that I think of whenever there's some sort of abduction or a Lamau encounter where you're in bed and you can't move. So, I don't know, maybe he hears footsteps. I don't know if you can actually hallucinate sounds and audio while in sleep paralysis. I don't think I've ever personally had any sounds play while I'm aware that I'm in sleep paralysis. So, on that exact topic, I'm not sure if that would count as evidence. I'm not sure if their footsteps, if that's what he has as evidence, to claim that it's not sleep paralysis. I don't know if that's accurate, if that would be the case, but he's the pro here, so we'll see.
1986. So it would have been towards the end of that year. I was about 5 or 6, about to turn 6 at the end of 86. And then right after that into like 87, 88, and it just continued on, and it's still going on. And all my occurrences that would happen when I was a kid, I can remember a lot of them. It would be just that. It would be, I'm not really one of these these experiencers who can, who remembers like, the being beamed up while you're in the bed and appearing on a ship. That never really happened to me. It was always these encounters where I would wake up, I would see, it was usually 3, but I would see between 3 and 5 of these little gray guys, and they wouldn't just be standing still. Like they would, kind of move their heads, and I would always be paralyzed. And, it was very terrifying. I'd struggle as much as I could, but I couldn't move. And sometimes I would, when I would wake up and I'd be having one of these experiences, there would be like, right before I woke up, it would feel like a wind was blowing over my body. And I would see like this pulsating light, and I would hear like this tuning fork sound. That's as best as I can describe it. It would sound like a tuning fork, like it was right up against my ear.
Mm-hmm.
And I've actually read that in other people's, encounters.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And so I would have that happen. And another major thing that happened probably a couple years into this, because like I said, every time that this was happening, it would be, I would wake up paralyzed. I'd see the gray guys 3 to 5, and then, I'd struggle and then fall back asleep, wake up. So I was about 9 years old. The encounters would happen also probably about sometimes as few as once a month, and probably, as much as probably like 8 or 9.
Wow.
And yeah, it was a lot. And so a major event on, I guess, my experience or timeline was, I was about 9 years old. I was in that back bedroom, and I woke up. I remember it was a Saturday morning, and the light was coming through the windows, and I had a clock on my wall. It was like about 6:20. I was excited about it being a Saturday because I don't know if you remember, we had the old Nintendos back in the day, and I was going to rent a game that day. And so it was going to be a good Saturday. And so I'm laying there, and I was like, well, I'm just going
to... It was going to be a good Saturday until the Grey Mouse showed up. Oh no, they ruined it. Fuck off, Grey Mouse.
Laying here for a little bit before I get up. And so because of all the stuff that was happening to me, and even to this day, I still sleep with like the covers, up over my head, because, the cover is going to stop a ET from snatching me.
Yes, that's actually scientifically accurate. If they can't see you, if they can't touch you, if there's no obstacle in the way, then the serial killer and the murderer and the psychopath and the big feet and the Grey Mouse and the shadow people, they can't touch you. That's literally the law.
But it's like a comfort thing, I guess.
Oh no, I get it.
Yeah, and so I sleep up against the wall, and I have like a cover up near my head. But so I'm laying there, and then I heard like on the floorboards, I'm hearing like creak, and I think it's my mom coming to check on me, which is something she would do. And for everybody listening out there, so the way this house was laid out, I'm in this back bedroom. The bedroom immediately through the door is the middle room, the middle bedroom where my mother and my grandmother would sleep. And then at the end of the hallway was my sister's bedroom. And so, I'm laying there. I think it's my mom coming. And then all of a sudden I feel and I hear like the springs creaking in the bed. So something is sitting down on the side of my bed. And I thought, of course I think it's my mom. And so I felt this like wispy touch on the side of my head. Again, something my mom would do. About that time, I like squinted my eyes, and I can see it like it's just happening yesterday. It's like burned into my retinas. I'm looking at like this area, like chest height, the way I'm laying, and I see like blonde hair, and I see like white and yellow clothing. And so I don't see the face, but I said mom. And then, I'm still squinting, and the weight, I'm thinking it's my mom, gets up off the bed. I hear the coils, depress or whatever, creaking. And I'm wondering, I remember thinking, I'm like, why is she not answering me? So I sat up in my bed, and I see this light-skinned female figure with blonde hair walking away from me and duck around the corner out of that middle bedroom and duck around the corner heading toward like the kitchen area. And so I called out for my mom again, still no response. I get up at this point, and I'm like, why is she not answering me? I remember I was mad. I'm like, why is she not responding? So I go into that middle room, and I, like, as loud as I can, I yell mom. And then my mother and my grandmother, who were asleep, woke up and like right next to me. I jerked my head, and my mom was like, what is it? What's going on? And I'm like, I'm looking around, and I just like screamed, and I fell to the floor, and my sister came out of her room, and I was like, I just saw a woman, somebody's in the house. And so we went all through the house. It was a pretty small house. We went all through it, and all the doors were locked, and the chains were on the doors, so nobody was in the house. And so at that point, I gotta be honest with you,
I'm pretty sure I've mentioned this before, but that's always one of the spookiest things for me. Once my sleep paralysis started, I was always so spooked that whether or not there was actually somebody, whether there was actually a person, maybe it wasn't a spooky monster, maybe I was having sleep paralysis, and the shadow figure that I saw wasn't actually just a shadow figure, maybe it was an actual person. because I used to sleep with my door unlocked in my room, but then after this, after like the first 2 or 3 times, I was like, okay, I saw a spooky figure. I saw a figure of a person, what I think was a person, in my room during sleep paralysis. Let me go ahead and lock my room when I sleep, just in case I have more sleep paralysis, and just to make sure. If something's gonna enter my room during sleep paralysis, it better be a fucking Grey Lamau or some other spooky entity and not a real person, okay? At least that way I'll know. So I'm always spooked. I'm gonna be paralyzed, and someone's gonna have the ability to kill me right away, and I can't stop them. All my training and all my workouts and all my muscle buildups and all my training playing Batman Arkham games of fighting, and I can't even use it when the time comes. What the heck?
With you, I thought that I had seen like a ghost. I always called that like my ghost encounter. Later on in my life, I would change that. I think what I was seeing right there was, and I can explain later. I think what I was seeing there was like one of these like ET type, manifesting is what I think.
Like the Nordics, they call them, the tall blonde ones.
Well, I mean, your guess is as good as mine on that one. I don't really know what it was. I just, because I got to thinking like later on, because I'll tie that into what's coming up. Like the rest after that, the things that kept happening to me from there until I was like in my early 20s was like the same thing. I had one more. I like filed that, that incident. I was a ghost, and I like filed it in my memory bank as well. I'm dealing with these ET things. Now I'm dealing with ghosts.
Right.
I was like, I knew this house was creepy. Now I'm dealing with ghosts, and I'm dealing with the ET problem. And I was like, man, I didn't even. I got to the point where I didn't even want to sleep by myself, in that house. And that continued through my teen years.
Yeah, that's the worst part. Feeling that you can't even sleep because you're spooked of the sleep paralysis. So if it's they're actual beings and entities, and it's already creepy enough being paralyzed, but then you have these monsters here, then yeah, I can imagine that being infinitely worse than what I experienced with my sleep paralysis.
The same occurrences up until I'd be around 20 years old. I still had this stuff separated into like 2 categories.
Yeah.
I had it paranormal and I had it ET. And so, I started researching like the paranormal and doing EVPs, paranormal research, all that kind of stuff. And I continued doing that while I was still having these encounters. And, I know that my age is accelerating here in my history, but I mean, that's really all throughout that time, I'm just having the same type of encounters where, I wake up and the 3 ETs, the 5 ETs are standing around my bed. The rest of the time it's the same. I just call it like a generic abduction.
When you were a kid, did you have exposure to like the ET image, like in pop culture or anything?
That's a really good question. And the time that I saw anything that was like what I saw was because my mother and my grandmother and, my whole family was very religious. They were, we're from Alabama. They were United Methodist, and they're really strict. So I was not allowed to watch anything scary. I didn't watch anything like sci-fi. I had some of my brother's old comics, but that really didn't have Greys in it. This was like Marvel is what we're talking about. And I wasn't, like I said, allowed to watch anything scary. The first time that I saw something that was remotely like what I had already been seeing was I don't know if you remember the old, I'm sure you do, the old video stores where you would rent like a Nintendo game like we were talking about, or like VHS tapes.
Oh, sure.
Blockbuster.
Yeah, they were everything back then.
Oh, yeah, exactly, man. Saturday morning, that's what you did, or a Friday night. So I'm going through the video store, and I saw the cover. It scared me to death. I saw the cover to Communion.
Yeah.
Okay, and I pointed.
Communion? What's that one? Is that a movie you gotta watch now? Communion. No, not Communion the Eucharist. Communion. I guess let's put in movie. Communion 1989 film. And here's the cover. Is that Christopher Walken? What the heck? Oh my god, it looks so creepy. Why's it got a human-like mouth? What the heck? Yeah, I think even if I hadn't had any experiences like him, this face would still spook me the fuck out. Communion is a 1989 American science fiction horror film based on the book of the same name by Whitley Strieber in 1987. They made a movie in 2 years? What the heck? Starring Christopher Walken and Frances Sternhagen. It tells a story of a family that experiences an extraterrestrial phenomena while on vacation at a remote home in the wilderness, during which the father is abducted, and all of their lives changed. According to Strieber, the story is a real-life account of his own encounter with visitors, with Walken playing the role of the author. Okay, I gotta add this to my list of things to watch. Add this to my list of movies. And then that night, I'm gonna have spooky Grey Lamau sleep paralysis dreams. Oh no, Obsidian's broken. It's too much RAM. Okay, let's relaunch Obsidian. Ah! My notes! Ah! Okay, there we go. Okay. But yeah, this is definitely a spooky. Let me see if I can get a bigger image. Communion movie poster. Images. What the heck is this? 600 by 800? How about give me something in... Oh, there we go. 800 by 1200. Give me that. This one. There we go. Now you can see. Oh, okay. So he's a New Yorker because the Twin Towers are here. And then Christopher Walken is in like a prayer mode. A prayer thinking scholar's cradle. And then the Grey Lamau is in the sky like God. The text here reads on the poster. It says, on December 26th, just after Christmas? What the heck? This is the second coming of Jesus. On December 26th, 1985, Whitley Strieber had a dream. Weeks later, he discovered his family had the same dream. Months later, he made the most shocking discovery of his life. Now, you will discover it. It's rated R. Uh-oh. They show Grey Lamau pee-pee. That's no good. Okay, let's go back to... Ivy! Let's go back to what his shock and spooked reaction was to seeing this cover.
Pointed that at my mother, and I was like, that's what I've been seeing. That's exactly what I've been seeing in my room. That's the little men that I was talking about. Of course, she was like, you're just having nightmares.
Right.
You probably saw that on TV, but which it wasn't on TV, I don't think. We didn't have cable either. So all we had was like regular TV. So
yeah,
that's what people have asked me before.
You're saying, like, you said like 86 or so it started.
Yeah, it was like the end of 86.
Yeah. So I don't remember that, like the image of the gray being popular in pop culture until a little bit later than that, after Communion. So yes, probably 89 or so. I'm thinking is when it kind of started to gain popularity. Yeah.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That was when I first was like, holy, and if you read about that book cover or the movie cover, whatever, that image, there's some people, especially people that are abductees or just have experienced whatever this is, have had major reactions to the image.
Oh, I did, absolutely, and I didn't know. I didn't know what was going on. I saw that in bookstores, and I almost panicked when I saw it. I didn't know what it was about. Didn't know anything about it, and said, "Get that away from me. Get me away from that." I don't know what that is, but I don't want anything to do with it. Come a few months, I don't remember the exact timeline, but a few months after that, I had some experiences very similar to what you're describing. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like a flight experience or a flight feeling. The fight or flight. I had the flight. I was like, I don't even want to look at that. And even to this day, I don't even like looking at that image.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. Yeah.
Yeah, and so that ties into the story too later on. But where I was at in my 20s, I had the stuff separated, and then in 2012, still living in Birmingham at the time with my ex-wife, we had a little son. He was probably this is in 2012. He's probably like.
Oh, you had a little son. Okay, well, good thing it wasn't a big one. Might have had big feet.
About 6 months old. When we had an apartment, and he was in his crib, and I was sitting in the den. I had done a cemetery investigation at a cemetery called Oakwood Cemetery, very haunted place, and I was just listening back to my evidence, like the recordings and the video and everything, and I saw out of the corner of my eye, I'll never forget this, And I got some really, while I was doing this whole, and I know we're talking about ET, you know, all this stuff wrapping in tonight. That's the reason I'm bringing up the paranormal stuff, because it is a key part. I had captured some really good EVPs and some really good evidence over the years. I mean, like even some like almost sentences. So I'm sitting there and I'm just reviewing this evidence. Out of the corner of my eye, I see this huge basketball-sized blue orb that came through the door, and I'm listening to this, and I see this happen, and I turn around and I dropped everything I had in my hand. I'm just sitting there like, what in the, you know, and it's like 1 1000, 2 1000, 3 1000, 4 1000, it vanishes. And since I still had everything separated, and the way I had it separated was, when I say paranormal, I mean ghost, demonic.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I saw that happen, I was like, my God, I've had something follow me home. That day I raced, well, actually right when that happened, I went there and grabbed my son. We left the apartment, and I stayed outside for a while. I was actually too scared to even walk back in there, and I let my wife at the time know what was going on, and she was not happy. She didn't like the whole ET or any of the paranormal stuff. So right after that, I went in and I deleted everything that I had, and I started. And so for a time like I guess we say the 2000 teens, I was thinking that this stuff was malicious, and that's when I started getting the malicious feelings, which I already had that from the ET experience. But I mean, just first started kind of grouping this stuff together. I was actually thinking more on the lines of, at that time, demonical, like this was just malicious. That's just what I felt with that orb incident that happened. Because I don't know why I got that feeling at that moment, but it was like it was not only now, it wasn't only me, it was my kids.
Mm.
Yeah, and so I would kind of keep that feeling going about it. I started looping that into the whole demonical. I was thinking everything was starting to be like, it was the same thing causing everything. And so that was about 2012. Right after that's when my company had relocated me to North Alabama, and I got my first house. I still had the same kind of things. You know, this is something about this whole phenomenon too. Okay. It's like, you know, it doesn't matter. I'm sure you've experienced this. It doesn't matter where you go. This stuff like follows you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's a common thing that you hear. No matter where you are, it's following you. You know, I got my first house. Everything is continuing with the ET abductions. I'm still having.
I think I need to start collecting and researching into what is the church's response to this. I think probably communion, clearly based off the name, and the poster. I think that one they'll probably get some. The writer who actually happened to, he probably wanted to go to speak to a priest to see what's up. And I think Encounters of the Fourth Kind, I think they also talk to a priest, some religious people. But I don't know how much of that movie, I guess it's a movie based off a real story. I wonder, I don't know how much of that is based off of factual retelling. And so I think I have to do my own research to start collecting that, because I am curious, what is the church's Mr. Priest, what are your thoughts on the Big Feet and the Grey Lamaus, and are they demonic? Why is it that sometimes when you say the Lord's Prayer and use the name of Christ as a shield, it works, but sometimes it doesn't? What are your thoughts on this, Mr. Priest, Mr. Priestman, Mr. Catholic?
Having the same kind of experiences. I'm still, you know, getting the sounds, the vibrations, all that kind of stuff during the abduction process. Once I moved up to the Huntsville area and I got that house, I started getting really religious again. Because you know how I told you I was kind of mixing all this in together, like it was demonical and everything. I started just thinking that this was really, you know, all tied together. And so I'm trying to explain how I was feeling with these abductions at the time. I would have the abductions happen and it would be the same thing. It just kept being the same thing. And I was actually going to church more at that time, thinking that, you know, since I had this mindset that it was demonical, that by doing that it was going to, I guess, stop it.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. You know, it wasn't stopping. It was still continuing. It actually got to where it was a little bit less frequent, but it was still happening. I would still wake up 3 to 5 grays. I would still have the sounds, vibrations, and that just continued. And it's just something it's so frustrating, but it's something that, like, you just get used to. It's like you have to get on with life. You have to pay the bills. Mm-hmm. And so by this point, you know, it's just like it's part of my life. At that time period, I'm in my 30s, and so life is just continuing. But the next major thing that I had happen was in 2018. I was at home by myself, and my wife had, my ex-wife, sorry, had taken the kids to her mom's. So I was having to work, and I was at the house by myself for about probably 3 or 4 days. It was the end of May of 2018, and this is a major thing that I had happen. So it was a Sunday at the end of May in 2018. I was at home by myself, and I was sitting there, and there was like one of those like Gold Rush shows on in Whitewater, one of those. They were doing like a marathon of them, and so I was sitting there and watching that, and it was probably about 11 o'clock in the morning, and I heard this was really scary. I heard this, if this makes any sense, I heard this metallic sounding voice in my head. It's like, you can read, it's not your inner voice. It's like, it was not my voice. It was this metallic voice that said, "You're going to see us today." And I get chills thinking about this, and it's hard to really talk about it, but I heard this metallic voice, and it said, "You're going to see us today." And I was kind of freaking out, and I'm just I remember I was saying, "I don't effing care." So I got up, and I was like, I'm thinking, am I going crazy? Like, what's going on? And so I went and I laid down on the couch. It's like 11 o'clock. And I took like about a 2-hour nap. So it was about 1 p.m. I woke up. I remember I got a glass of water and I sat down. That show was still playing. Got my phone. I'm looking at it, still thinking about hearing that voice earlier. Just trying to like shake it off and get on with the day. And then I'm sitting there, and it's about almost 1:30 at this time, 1:30 p.m. I put the phone like in my, turn off, put the phone in my pocket, sitting there watching the show. Now I'm sitting in a recliner in my den, and if you look to like my diagonal left, it was my youngest daughter's. At this point, I have 3 kids, so my youngest daughter's room. If I looked that way, I would see right into it. So I'm sitting there watching this, and then like out of my peripheral, I see movement, and like the first thing I remember popping into my head is, what are they doing in there? And then I go, wait, I'm here by myself. And then I turned and I looked, and I'm staring at like a textbook cover of Communion, about like 4.5 foot tall gray, and it's wearing a purple dive suit, and it's got like these white like patches or symbol on its like the breast area. And I can't even like explain to you the fear that I felt in me at this point. I all of a sudden, out of like, I don't know if it was instinct, it was more like I was just, my body was doing it. I was like standing up. So I'm like standing up at this point. And I'm like standing up in the chair, and I remember my legs were feeling like I was a robot. It was like, I'm locked eyes with this thing, and I'm like standing up, and it's talking to me in my head, and it's saying like, I remember it trying to say like, calm down, everything's going to be okay. But it was in that metallic sounding voice. It was like, it wasn't a calm, I can't duplicate the voice, but it was like a growly metallic sound, and I can't do it myself, but it did not sound comforting. And so I'm just like, I've got to get out of here. I was like, you've experienced this your whole life when you're, asleep, and you have these wake up and paralysis and all that. But it's like when you're seeing it and you're 100% awake, it's like a totally different ball game. So I'm staring at it, and I'm standing up. I'm standing up, and my arms are like locking, and what's going through my head is I'm like, I'm gonna be taken. I'm gonna disappear. Am I ever gonna be seen again? While this thing is like, it's talking over me in my mind as I'm saying all this stuff. And so the door is about 15 feet to my left. So I am struggling. It's just like you see people say on TV, Tim. It's like I'm struggling to move. It's like it's got some kind of control over me. And like it's taken everything I can to even turn my body. And like I remember I got my right leg lifted, and it was like my leg weighed 100 pounds by itself, my lower leg. I'm like, I lift it, and then it's like when it hits the ground, it's like a stomp. And as I break line of sight with this thing, it's like it gets easier to move. And then when I finally touched the door handle, it released me. So I run outside. I'm looking around. First thing I do is I look.
Wait, he ran outside and abandoned his daughter in her room with the Great Lamau? Did I hear this correctly?
Look up, no ship, of course, above my house. I'm looking around. My neighbors are doing everything that they normally do. Kids are out. Guy a couple houses down is getting ready for his barbecue. I'm in disbelief, and I'm thinking, okay, I'm out here. These people probably think I look crazy. But I'm like, there's a gray inside my house. And it's like, I really can only think of this one guy to call that I knew from my church. And I was thinking about what to even tell this guy. It's like, what do you tell somebody when this just happens to you? And so I took my phone out of my pocket. I'm thinking it's like, been a couple of minutes, so it should be 1:30 something. So I'm looking at my phone as I'm about to call this guy to come over, or try to get him to come over. I looked at my phone, it was 4:30. So I had 3 hours missing time.
Oof.
Yeah. And I don't know what happens. I thought that I was getting away from it, but I think what was actually happening was, and I've come to think this way about all these like abduction experiences. It's like I think when you see them, that's not the beginning of the abduction. I think that's like the ending of it. And so, at least that's just my opinion. That's my opinion. And so, I think when I saw it, like when I'm realizing it, like when I'm standing up and I'm standing there and I'm fighting it and I'm thinking I'm getting away, I'm not really getting away. It's just the abduction's ending. And so, at least that's now what I believe. And so, I called the guy, and I didn't want to say ET, so I told him that I saw like a demon in my house. And this guy, who was like from my church at the time, he comes over, and of course he really doesn't believe me. Like the first thing he asked me was, "How much have you been drinking?"
Right.
And so I was like, none. Right. It's typical what you would expect. And all he did was he walked around the house and said the warrior's prayer like 5 times, and then he left. And I was like, man, there's no way I'm going.
Huh. That's really interesting. Why would someone else who's at the church with you, why would they ask you how much you've been drinking if you know you're of the faith? Huh. I wonder if I would have told my parents that I saw a demon, what would their response be? I think probably before they started being super duper Jesus warriors, maybe like 5 years ago or so, maybe they would have been like, how much have you been drinking? Even though they know I don't drink or do anything. Oh, but they would assume that I've been doing drugs because they never believe me whenever I tell them anything. Imagine that, being honest with your parents and they don't believe you. Imagine that. But I think after they went super duper Jesus warriors, I think they would have definitely believed me, and they would have called the priest right over and do a prayer in the room wherever I saw them and try to exorcise me or whatever. That's really bizarre. I don't know why that's the response that he got. Interesting. Do religious people, like this guy, the guy who, his buddy, do they not actually believe demons are real or exist or can appear to us or can appear in our home? I'm gonna have to conduct a survey, send it out to religious people. I'll go to a Christian Minecraft server and conduct my survey. The first question is gonna be, do you believe LGBT is a sine, let's say, a sine wave without the E? And then if the answer is yes, then I will include the second question, which I will believe their response. Do you believe that demons are real? Do you believe, or what would you do if a fellow church member called you and told you that they saw a demon in their house? What would your response be? I'm actually legitimately curious now. I think I did read like a year and a half ago now, when we were looking up exorcism evidence, when we were listening to that one priest guy, that one priest YouTuber. I think he was talking about the movie The Exorcist or something, and then I started wondering and thinking about how they would respond. What's the evidence for exorcist? What's it called? I guess exorcist events, just exorcisms. So I wonder if there's a difference as well between church members and church attendees compared to priests, compared to bishops, compared to archbishops, or what's the response rate like? I'm really, really interested now. Now that this guy just got made fun of from his fellow church buddy. What the heck? Okay, guys. If I ever say that I saw a demon and my voice is as serious as it is now, and you can tell that I have not been under the influence of any substances, because the only substance that I consume are coffee, caffeine, soda, and Takis, Those are the only substances I consume. So you should be able to tell pretty quickly whether or not I am of impaired thinking and of unsound mind. If I ever say that I saw a demon, I expect you guys to believe me. Unless you can provide me evidence to the contrary about my state of mind. Don't ever be like this guy. Don't ever ask me how much I've been drinking, because you all know I don't drink. And I don't smoke.
Went back in his house. But, of course I had to, and nothing else really happened that day. That was really a major occurrence.
Oh, yeah.
That happened. It's like, I was like, wow, I actually had a daylight encounter happen. And then it continuously goes in your brain, why me? What is the whole purpose of this? Why are they doing this? Why have they been doing this since I was a kid?
Why are we here? Just to suffer?
All those theories, but it's like none of them was really sticking for me. And then, right after that, there was a period of like 3 weeks where nothing happened. And then right after that 3 weeks happened, and it's like you've sort of calmed down and you're back in your house. A couple of weeks right after that happened, I was just terrified to even like walk past that room. And I didn't really say anything to my ex-wife, because every time I would bring it up, she just didn't really want to hear it. But probably, about 3 weeks after all that, it went down. Things just got back to normal. It was slowly getting back to where I would just have paralysis type abductions. That's towards the end of 18, or I guess towards about, the end of summer, early fall 18, it got back to what I would say, normal, just talking about the normal types of abductions. And then by 2019, me and my ex-wife had actually decided we were getting a divorce. And so I moved out and I purchased a 40-foot camper, fifth wheel, that I lived in for about a year. And, of course, about a month into living in that camper, it followed me, and so it just resumed. It was just like, no matter where you go, this stuff is going to follow you. So, it followed me into the camper still. And the way this camper was laid out, for people listening, people probably know what inside of a fifth wheel camper looks like. They're pretty nice, but you have one large room that's basically like your den and kitchen area, and then you have a door, and then I had a bedroom, and like the bedroom, the shower, everything is in this one area, and it's like I had a king size bed in there. It's pretty big. And then the closet had like this, it had mirrors on it, so it was like each side of the closet was a double mirror. And I bring that up because most of the time I would lay facing that wall, and so when I would have these abductions start happening again, I would wake up and I could see like the reflections of these things in the mirror, and that was ultra scary. And I remember one night I woke up and I was paralyzed. I had like the tuning fork and everything else, the sound, and then like I'm struggling to like move, and I'm moving, and I'm like looking up this way to my right, and I see this gray turning around, and it's actually, I see the movement. He's turning around, I see the back of its head, and I see down to where the purple jumpsuit starts, and there was like a black slit on the back of the jumpsuit. Don't really hear too many people talk about the back of a gray.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever heard.
Yeah, and it was.
He's got an implant like Blackton Keys in Halo. Is it in Halo Reach, where you can see it very clearly, and then at the beginning of CE, and the Blaster Cheeks has one in his armor that goes all the way into his brain. I guess that must be common for spacefaring folk.
Crazy. And so I'm looking up, and I'm seeing the thing turning around. So I can see it clear as like it just happens. Back of its head, neck, and I see that back neck area, and there's like the top of where the neck starts, there's like a black, kind of like almost like a seam. I'm not saying it was a zipper. It's just a different look to it. And then I see it move out of frame. I'm struggling, I fall back, and then I wake up suddenly. I would always close the door from the den part to the bedroom part, and when that happened, when I woke up, that door was open, and that scared me. And I don't know why they would do that, because these things can like materialize, so I don't know why they would open a door.
Yeah, it seems like they don't need doors. Yeah.
No, they don't. And so I don't know. That's another just weird thing that these things do, whatever they are. It's like they do stuff like that on purpose for you to like remember.
To fuck with you.
That particular notable I guess you could say, for lack of a better term, normal abduction that I would have. That one happened probably is around October of 20, and it would be probably about a couple months after that. I had my Twitter going, and it was around the end of 20 when Paul contacted me, and I was actually with my current wife at that time, and in January of 21, we moved into
His current wife. So that means at some point that statement, that phrase implies that at some point she will no longer be the current wife. Sus. He's gonna try to get a Grey Lamau wife. What the heck?
to this house that we're in now.
He's like, how about I sneak into your room when you're asleep and paralyzed and see how you like it, and I show you the Homo sapien way, the Homo sapien stallion. He's gonna cuck the Grey Lamaus and their wives.
And as me and Paul started, hooking up on Twitter, and he was mentioning the stuff that we talked about at the top about the TDT, that is when stuff started happening in this house. And of course, the abductions followed me here like they always have. But when me and Paul started to where we were becoming friends and talking on Twitter is when the stuff just started firing off around the house, like the poltergeist type stuff, and just stuff that had never really happened before, at least to the extent that it's happening now.
Don't copy strike me, bro. I just want to hear your cool stories. Where the heck is this thing? Here we go.
Yes, it started at a young age for me. First thing I saw was there was a party downstairs one night. Obviously, Mum and Dad had some friends around, and I was up at the bedroom window looking up towards the hill, and there's some radio masts, and I watched. So we were talking about midnight, just after, and there was a large, bright, white, oval-shaped light. Looked like it was almost examining the radio masts, and it was flying around the radio masts, and just examining them. I must have made a little bit of commotion because one of my aunties came up, and a police car turned up, because I could see the blue flashing light. As the police car approached, it moved off around the back of the hill and disappeared. So that was the first one that I saw. Yeah, so I had no idea what that was. I had no frame of reference for it or anything. So we moved forward now, probably about 8, 9, 10 years old. It was a summer's day, really nice outside. I decided I was going to go out and take a walk up the hill. I said to my mum I was going over the park. I was lying though, basically. I wanted to go up and look for the badger sets. So this area that I went to would run up the side of the old GCHQ that was in Cheltenham. You can imagine what GCHQ is. Do you know that?
No.
It's like the British version of the Pentagon.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much. So I've gone up the side. It's only about a mile away to the back of the complex. So I've gone up along the side, looked for the badger sets. No, didn't see any badgers. Went around the back. Made my way to this gate. I'm stood on this gate that goes into the field watching the cows. And I can hear this low humming sound, almost like mixed with static electricity, like sort of sound. So I'm looking around and I spot this thing. And it was the size of a shipping container, matte black, but not like if you look at the Stealth Bomber or something like that, not that kind of black, it was blacker than that. So there was like the reflective properties on this thing was not the same. It was really deep dark black, almost like Vanta, I would say. So this thing was coming towards me, and I'm stood there on this gate looking at this thing. I have no idea what this thing is. Again, no frame of reference, I have no idea what it is. It ends up right above me, and it's so close I could have hit it with a stone. In the bottom is an open doorway, and I can see these 3 people looking down at me. They looked a bit odd, and I think at that age, I thought they had big wraparound sunglasses on. So I'm stood in this gate and I start waving to them. I lock eyes with one of them, and it's almost like there's a blip in my memory, and then the thing disappeared. I thought it went over the reservoir or something, because there was a reservoir next to it, but I ran to the reservoir and it was gone. It was just nowhere to be seen anywhere. Went back down the hill, spoke to somebody on the way. He said, "You better get home." I got home, the police were there, and all hell was breaking loose. I'd been gone for hours. So this round trip that I was on, it was no more than 2 miles, so it wouldn't have taken me more than a couple of hours. But I was gone. It was early evening by the time I returned, so I was gone pretty much most of the afternoon.
Wow, yeah. And
no recollection of what happened with that missing time. So that was the first major encounter, but I had no frame of reference again to what that thing was. You mentioned pop culture earlier. I had no exposure to anything back then like that. There was nothing like that here in the UK. So that was like back in the late 70s.
Oh yeah, that was before it really took off. Sure.
Yeah, so I had nothing to gauge it by. I didn't know what they were or what it was. I had no idea. Then moving forward, parents split up. I was living in a place called Gloucester. One night, gone to bed as normal, wake up halfway through the night, sort of like dry mouth, cold sweat almost. And I think it was my deceased grandmother sat next to me in a chair. And I was like, what's going on? I was kind of like really freaked out. And this voice, everything's okay. You're going to be okay, stay calm. And as that was being repeated over and over, I started to literally float off the bed. Got to the point I was struggling. I was in that situation, I suppose that sleep paralysis thing they call it. but I wasn't asleep. I was wide awake. I was paralyzed. I was struggling, like trying to get out of this, whatever it was. Suddenly I managed to move. So I think this is when they must have put me back. I dropped back down onto the bed quite hard. Again, no frame of reference. I had no idea what was going on. Absolutely no idea whatsoever. So I jumped forward again now in time. So I've gone back to living in Cheltenham. This is going into my teenage years now. One night, wake up, so it's just me and my dad in the house. I wake up, cold sweat again, dry mouth. I've got my bed sort of positioned, facing towards the front of the building. I go to get out of the bed, halfway out of the bed, and there's this bright light shining through the back window. I didn't have any curtains at the back window, and this tall, dark figure has just stood there in my room. I can hear my dad in the next room snoring. I'm just froze with terror. I have absolutely no idea what this thing is. At that age, you know, with no exposure still, I thought it was the devil or something. That's what I really thought. I was brought up Church of England. Mm-hmm. That's what I thought it was. I really thought it was the devil come to get me or something. Terrified. Absolutely terrified. I slowly snuck back behind the headboard, got back into bed and put the covers over myself. The next thing I know, it was morning. Told my dad. He just seemed like you know, silly boy. Don't know what you're on about. Mm-hmm. Next night, it happened again, exactly the same. Halfway out of bed, and that thing was stood there again, just stood there in my room with this bright light shining behind it. Just absolutely terrifying. Snuck again behind the headboard. Next thing I know, it was morning. It was around that time that the strange poltergeist activity started. I had one of those toys, do you know the AT-ATs?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had one of those, and it was at that point I started locking the bedroom door. And I had a couple of knives down the side of my bed and all sorts of other bits and pieces. I thought, if this thing's going to come back, I'm going to be prepared for it. I was really freaked out, as you can imagine, a teenage lad. So anyway, I've got this one morning, and this AT-AT that was in the middle of the room.
I gotta move my tablet because there's a baby kitty here. Look. Look, it's a Patches. It's a baby. Oh, I didn't mean to turn the light on. Hey, Patches. Look, she's a baby. Come here. Look, it's a baby. She's a baby. She's a birdie. What happened? What you been up to? Well, you can't sleep because there's spooky alien stories. Oh, rip. She's gonna go back to the bed. Jump. Okay, well, that was Patches Hour. Probably didn't even last a whole entire minute, but that's all you get for now. Back to spooky aliens.
It's not there. And the door's locked from the inside, so nobody can get in. I've gone downstairs, go to the toilet, go in the bathroom to go and wash, and this thing has just stood there perched in the bath, perfectly balanced. That was my first real encounter with the poltergeist activity.
Right.
So it was like, what and how, just completely confused me. I had no idea what was going on. So we'll jump forward now. This is around about the time of Hale Bob. Going back to the same hill, where GCHQ was, in Cheltenham, the old Oakley site, and where the pylons are literally about a mile away from each other, if not two, not very far. I'm parked not far from the pylons, parked up, took the dogs up there. They were out for a little while. There was a car parked up not far away, nobody in the car, and the lights were on. It was a bit weird. And then the lights went out on the car. What's going on there? The dogs seemed a bit freaked out. They didn't want us to stay outside, so they wanted to get back in the car. So come on, then back in. Went to start the car, and the car was dead. Couldn't start the car. It was it was just completely dead. And at that point, bang! It was like gone 12 o'clock at night. I knew something had happened. The car started. Everything seemed to be normal again. Went back home. Was again confused, but I knew something had happened. The next day, in the local paper, somebody had spotted a UFO exactly the same place.
Oh wow!
That we were parked. So it was in the local paper. Going back to that first encounter where I saw that over the pylons, or the radio masts, it wasn't until years later doing research and looking at it that it's actually a known case. And it's known as, if you can search it up on the internet, it's known as Case 29. So there was an actual report from the police where they went up to the radio mast to investigate this light. It was examining the radio masts. So we'll jump forward again now. Mm-hmm. So it wasn't until much later, around about the time of, it was the time when Independence Day came out. Watched that film, and you know the bit where they split the thing open and you can see the little alien in there.
Oh, it's been a long time, but
It was at that moment I saw it was the eyes. It was like, oh, that really reminds me of those eyes. And I thought, actually, I'm going to start looking into this a bit more, maybe. So I went to a local news agent, started looking for UFO magazines to see if there was anything there, and then it hit me. I saw a UFO magazine, and it had a picture of a grey on the front, and it was total shock. I suddenly realised what I'd seen that day. When I'd seen that shipping container-sized black box. It was pointed off at the front as well, and had a little short bit sticking out the front. So almost like like a Sphinx needle. If it was chopped off, beveled off at the front, flat edges. It was massive, like the size of a shipping container. Later on in a bookstore, looking for books on the subject, typical like most people, I come across the book Communion, and there it was again, the grey. All started to fall into place.
Okay, I wonder if I should read Communion first or watch the movie. Let me go check if it's on open libraries. Really quickly. Once I finish that. Okay, let's see. Open library. Communion. Communion, The Female Search for Love by Bell Hooks. No, not that one. Communion, A True Story by Whitley Strieber. 1987, preview only. Only previews are available. Unlucky. How much of a preview is available? It doesn't want to load. Why do you not want to load? Why do you do this to me? Unlucky. Oh, wait, what? Well, they have previews of... Wait, 10 editions? Oh, wait. There's multiple... I think they're just different languages. No, okay, they don't have it. Unlucky. Okay, I guess that means I'll watch the movie.
Not to interrupt you, but just to commiserate. I had an experience, and in my mind I thought there were three short little doctors by my bed. This would have been in sometime in the late 80s or very early 90s. After that, I had seen the Communion book and had that visceral reaction to it. But at some point, I saw a TV program. They were abductees, and they had either drawn pictures of grays or they had reenactments, and I don't remember which it was. But whatever it was, when I saw that on that TV program, I knew immediately, like, oh, those weren't little doctors. That's what they were. And I could see them clear as day all of a sudden, you know. So, yeah, I've had that experience. Very similar.
So then we'll jump forward to the TBT, I think, now, and go into that. Years later, started and looking through, because I've collected quite a lot of data on this. There are instances, and it seems to start, not for everyone, but it seems to start with door knocking. So you'll get the three knocks at the front door. You go to the front door, it's 3:33 a.m. You go outside, look around, and there's nobody there. And this will repeat for like maybe several days. And that's exactly what it did. It repeated for several days. I had no idea again what was going on. I still had the poltergeist activity. Things were like disappearing, moving around, just like vanishing and then appearing in strange places, like a set of bulbs I had. They disappeared and then ended up in my sock drawer. How did they get there? No idea.
Wow.
Just really bizarre, odd little things like that. We'll jump forward now. So the TDT started full for me on the 22nd of the 10th, 2019. And I had literally 9 days of solid 333 wake-ups. And I had no...
The only thing I've had similar to that is I've woken up at about 3 a.m. for about 2 weeks or so. I think it was even more notable because I had fallen asleep at times ranging between, let's say, 7 or 8 p.m. up until like midnight or so. And I woke up at 3 a.m. Almost 3 a.m. on the dot or so. I think I felt perfectly fine and awake. I don't think I felt like super duper tired, which I would imagine I would be if I only sleep like 2 hours. But this was back in New York, maybe be, let's say, 3 years ago. I think at some point in the last 2 years before I left New York, waking up at 3 a.m. But I didn't. He mentions that it's the 333, the 333 a.m. I never experienced or felt anything that to me seemed abnormal. I was just a gamer waking up at degen hours. So I don't think I have anything else other than that 3 a.m. wake up for about a 2 week period. So I have heard of that as well from other people, waking up at about 3 a.m., but I don't know too much about it. I have not looked into it enough to know what that entails, other than that it may be related to something spiritual and or kind of like a witching hour sort of thing. So I will have to conduct research into that as well.
No idea what was going on, but I was having these vivid nightmares, and in these nightmares I was being shown all sorts of things like nuclear war, destruction, all kinds of crazy stuff, and it was just always the same over and over again. And in the dream there would always be 3 graves. One would be stood just behind me, one a bit further back, and one a bit further back still. And there was always 3.
Mm-hmm.
And they seemed to be taking me through endless scenarios and situations. Terrible nightmares. And you'd wake up and it would be 333. And that carried on for a little while, and then the numbers started changing a little bit. I wasn't fully logging everything.
Maybe the Elabas were outside my room. Maybe they were on the roof, and they were trying to get me. But I don't know, maybe I'm too strong. Maybe my connection to the Lord is strong enough that they couldn't get me. Sus. I must consider this as well in my research.
Down for a while, and it wasn't until a while later I was starting to research and look into what's going on. What does this mean? What is it? I'd heard about stuff in the past about the 333 number appearing with abductees, but I had no frame of reference for it. I couldn't find anything really on it. And then somebody directed me to Robert Hastings' new book, so I got that, and there's a whole chapter in there on TDT. And I was, okay, this is starting to make a little bit more sense now. So I started to research more, and it was still ongoing.
So once again, TDT, for listeners, is triple-digit time?
Triple-digit thingy. That was the term coined by Robert Hastings.
Mm-hmm.
Triple-digit thingy. Yeah, I started looking around for other people that were experiencing this, and I started to find them. And I started to find lots of them. I mean lots of them. And some of these people were having injuries included with the TDT. So you can have bruises, scratches. When TDT happens as well, you'll wake up from the nightmare, you'll see the time, typical sort of like biological effects. You get tinnitus, you feel very drained of energy, you feel nauseous. It's just, you're really like you've been run over by something. The area will be very quiet as well. Everything's really, really silent.
Mm-hmm.
You get up, walk around. It doesn't just affect the person involved, it affects local wildlife and pets. I was noticing while I was getting these TDTs, my dog always sleeps at the end of my bed. He got a little Yorkshire Terrier. But while these TDTs were happening, he was nowhere to be seen. He would be hiding somewhere out of the way. So this event, at one point I decided to set up a security camera in my bedroom, and it's literally down to the second. You can actually watch the seconds tick down. So it's like 58, 59, 333, and you're there, you wake up. It's just so bizarre to watch it and see it happen. But you'll get, like, as I say, like the surrounding area, you'll get dogs barking and birds suddenly singing, and maybe your pet will be barking at a wall or something like that, or acting skitsy and running up and down the hallway or stairs, you know? So it's not just affecting the person, it's affecting things around as well in the local area. So as I started to reach out and find people that were experiencing this, I started to realise that everyone was experiencing the same symptoms. The same things were going on, and it was repeating over and over and over again. So I met Charlie online, we started to chat, and then we noticed things were going on. We would chat and then we would get increased activity. At the start, I didn't really know what was going on. There was a lot of things that were happening, and I was talking to other people who were getting all this odd activity going on. Nothing was really making sense. So I started doing some other sort of research, going through other books, some of Valley's work, Keel's work, looking at everything I could find on the subject to try and sort of quantify what was going on.
Mm-hmm.
So with the TDT, when Paul contacted me, and I was starting to go, like I said earlier, I was like, wait, yeah, the 333, yeah. And then I was thinking about other times when, you know, having your smartphone waking up 111 222 444, and I was like, wow, there's something to this. And then Paul is right. We started having things happen when he brought this up. Like an example, it was around the time that Conjuring 3 movie came out. It was, you know, it came directly to like streaming in 21. It was early in 21. I want to say it was like March. And myself and
Was that one supposed to be Conjuring? Is that a, I don't think it's Great Amounts, right? It's like, kind of like a Paranormal Activity, that series of spooky movies about, you're watching, what the heck? You're watching Ring videos of the child's bedroom. Let's see. The Conjuring. 2013. The Conjuring is what the, oh my goodness. You okay, buddy? What the heck? My RAM is like, I'm gonna go ahead and give up for a sec. Which one is it? Here we go. Conjuring is a 2013 American supernatural horror film directed by James Wan and written by Chad Hayes and Carrie W. Hayes. It is the inaugural film in the Conjuring universe franchise. Okay, Patrick Wilson and Vera Farmiga star as Ed and Lorraine Warren, paranormal investigators and authors associated with the prominent cases of haunting. Spooky ghosts. Their purportedly real-life reports inspired the Amityville horror story and film franchise. The Warrens come to the assistance of the Perron family, who experienced increasingly disturbing events in their newly occupied farmhouse in Rhode Island in 1971. Okay, let's just see what the first paragraph of the plot says. 1968, renowned demonologist Ed and Lorraine Warren are investigating the Annabelle case, in which friends Debbie and Camilla say they have a possessed doll. They explain that after they contacted a medium, they allowed the spirit, who claimed to be a 7-year-old girl named Annabelle Higgins, who died in the apartment, to possess the doll. What's the IMDb on it? Is it good? 7.5. Okay, before I say what I'm about to say, let me compare the IMDb rating for The Conjuring versus what are some other spooky ones that people say were good, but I ended up being disappointed by? Apostle 2018 with the guy who has one face. 6.2. I mean, wait, 6.2, and what's Apostle? 6.3? No fucking. No, these are untrustworthy ratings. Malignant isn't perfect, but it's definitely better than Apostle by way more than 0.1. No. Okay, let's look at these lists here. Where's the recommended for similar stuff? No, these aren't. This isn't the one I'm looking for. Which is that one movie where the guy has like a carbine and it makes a shotgun sound when he reloads? I don't remember that one at all. I think I just put it out of my mind. Fuck, what is it? What is it? Let me go look it up. Let's type in. Let's type in horror movie. Carbine does a shotgun reload sound. Let's see if that brings it up. Sick 2002. Is that it? I don't think so. Oh, 2022. No, I don't think this is it. This is way too recent. Fuck. Why can't I? I guess it's better for me that I don't remember the names of bad. I think I only remember the names of good movies that I enjoy and like. Okay, how about Gravity? People say Gravity is good, and I found it pretty boring. Gravity 2013, 7.7. I felt like there wasn't anything special about Gravity. I don't know why people... Maybe if you're watching it in theaters in 3D, then sure, I suppose. But just... it didn't seem like it was much to appreciate in this movie that you couldn't do in most other movies. Okay, well, I'm not gonna look up. I'm not gonna keep looking, but wait, what was The Conjuring again? 6.3, right? 7.5. Okay, so then I guess if they had Apostle at 6.3, then this must be like a 10. Apostle, they have it at 6.3. I have it at like 2 or something. 2, maybe 3 if I'm being generous. The Conjuring is 7.5, so that must mean it's an 8 or 9. I don't know how to... I wonder if I should apply like a curve, not just between IMDb score and my score, but also a much sharper curve for horror movies. Because I think the normies just have a bad gauge of what's considered good horror. But anyway. Back to the Grey Mouse.
Paul had been messaging on Twitter, and Paul had this incident happen like literally a day or two before, where he had woke up at 3:33 and had a bird chirping outside of his window. Like you could hear it clear as day. He's got video of it. It's right at 3:33.
Okay, the last thing I really gotta look up is Encounters of the Fourth Kind. I like that one. I think I would have preferred it if they didn't make stupid decisions. Encounters of the Fourth Kind. Is that what it is? 2011. I think this might be it. Oh wait, Babadook. Babaspook is 6.8. I think Babadook is actually one of the better horror movies. The Ring is 7. I have never watched The Ring. 7.1. I'm gonna have to watch it. Go ahead and add that to my list before I forget. The Ring. I gotta make sure to download The Ring and not The Rings of Power. The Fourth Kind. The Fourth Kind is 5.9. I feel like if they had just done the actual footage, make it more of a documentary rather than try to dramatize it with the what's her face, the Resident Evil woman. I feel like they should have just done that. It would have been better. Anyway.
3. So I was like, wow. And I'm not saying for anybody listening that birds don't chirp at night. That's not what we're saying here. But it's just what happened was weird because I'd never had that.
The birds are recharging their batteries at night. That's why they don't chirp at night.
Happen to me, and this happens to Paul. Literally, like about the next night on U.S. Like I'm about 6 hours behind him. Mm-hmm. So literally, like the next night, me and my current wife were sitting and we're watching The Conjuring 3 movie, and I start hearing something, and I'm like, I paused the movie, and it was 11:44 my time, which is 4:44 Paul's time.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Okay, I start hearing something, and I'm like, this can't be happening. I got up and I went over to the back door, and I heard a bird. I mean, it was going crazy, and I was like, this can't be happening. And I got video of it, and I sent it to Paul on our Twitter, so he's seen the whole video that I had. And unfortunately, my video, I changed phones shortly after that, and it's still there, but you have to scroll way, way up on the Twitter, and I don't know how to get that off of there, but it's still there. So I had this bird going off, and I was blown away by that. Because
Hang on, I can get it. Let me see if I can go find this guy. We'll do a live investigation. His name is Timothy Renner. Oh no, that's the guy. That's the host. Today we talk with Paul and Charlie from the TDT research team. Paul and Charlie, TDT research team. Twitter. Also, notice he called it Twitter. He didn't call it by the fake name that Elon so desperately wants me to use, which I will never say. Paul and Charlie. Let's just do TDT research team. Twitter. Fuck. Maybe if I try Google instead of Brave search. Tucker Davis Technologies. I don't think that's it. Oh, here's the tweet where he posted this episode. Timothy Renner. Okay. Fuck. There's no... I would hope if these guys are on Twitter, they will reply, thanks for having us on the show or something, but there's no reply on this tweet. Did they reply on the YouTube comments? Do they have a YouTube channel I can go to? No, fuck. Okay, what if I type into YouTube TDT? Paul and Charlie TDT research team into YouTube. This research team is really hard to find. I would hope you'd spread your findings out all over the place. Nope, they're not here either. It's just this episode of Strange Familiars. Okay, well, I will add this to my list. Let's make a list here. Let's make a new folder called Spooky Investigations. They're gonna call me Spooky Mulder soon enough. I'm gonna be a spook. Let's do Gray Lamause. Okay, so here is the beginning of the Gray Lamause notes. So we gotta find TDT research team Twitter, Paul and Charlie. Bird going crazy at 4 a.m. video. I also need to find out what is the Catholic Church / Christian response to whether Gray Lamause, Big Feet's dogmen are demons. Would religious people believe a fellow churchgoer if they claim to have seen a demon in their house? What else did I mention earlier? In the Big Feast episode, I considered the portal hypothesis. I'll just keep this page open for now and do Let's do big feats. Big feats. Research portal theory. Parentheses. The cake might be a lie. And then for Men in Black, we'll do research if Men in Black may be walkers within the skin, which may explain their appearance throughout time, as well as their attire. Okay, I'll move these to their respective folders later, but this is the start of my investigation folders. I guess I technically already have some investigation stuff, but this is the first time I have a section dedicated for it. I do have plans later for some a map and a collection. Not a map of the US for sightings, but a map of collections of stuff in my mind that I've gathered regarding big feats. So that's probably something I'll do at some point later. Okay, back to the episode.
Because, not saying that it can't happen, but it happened right after he had it happen,
Right.
and it was 11:44 my time, 4:44 his time, and the bird is going off, and I'm sending him and he remembers this. I'm sending him these messages, and like we're both just blown away by that, and that's one of the first things that started kicking off. As we would be talking, the poltergeist stuff just started ramping up from there. To it's still going on. I don't know if you got that video that I sent. I don't even know if it went through, but
The Pepe looks like it's wearing lipstick, but it's supposed to be the light. He's got his lipsticks.
I had something happen the other day that I caught on my cameras, and I can get back to that. But Paul was talking about the knocking with the TDT. I didn't have that at first. I actually had that later, and then that video that I was just talking about, I captured a knocking poltergeist happen just about a week ago. On the video, you see me let my dog out, and my cameras in my house all have like motion tracking. So you see me, I'm standing there, and I've showed Paul this video, he's seen it. I let the dog out, and I'm walking away, and you hear it's just as loud as can be, 5 knocks on the door, and you see me jerk my head and scared the crap out of me. I have a camera on each door, and I went back and I looked at all the doors, and there's nobody at any of the other doors. That was like, to me, wow, actually I got something on video moment. And right after the bird incident happened, I had my house is kind of like an L, and so the kids are all on one side, and so
What, he bought a bat house? It's super duper expensive? Is that what he means?
they've got a bathroom down at the end of their hallway. Well, I started noticing, some of the weeks, about every 2 weeks, it's just me and my wife here. All the kids are with, the other parents. And so we would notice, we'd leave for work. I come home, I'd be putting my stuff down in the kitchen, because the kitchen's about as far as we go in the side of the house. I would be messaging Paul, I'd be like, I came home and my light's on in the bathroom at the end of the hallway, and I would go turn it off, and it's not like, the switch is off, but the lights are on. The switch is turned on. And so I'd turn it off, close the door, go back, be doing something around the house. I'd carry something. Like one time it happened within like 10 minutes of each other. Carry something back to that side of the house, the light would be back on. Me and my wife started hearing like disembodied voices like around that same time frame. I mean, this is just stuff, crazy stuff. But we would have things like voices in that same hallway, and I want to try to paint this for people listening. So, picture like a long hallway, and about waist high there is trim all the way down this hallway, about midway up. So right where this hallway begins, I have it's a picture. It's like an Alabama football picture from the Clemson game. It's just a hand-drawn picture, and it's hanging up there. This picture's on the wall. For it to fall straight down, you have 2 things in its way. There is this trim that is running down the length of the hallway, and this picture is really secure. Then underneath the trim, there is a table that is right up against the wall. The table extends further than the picture is on the side of the wall. and it's right up against the wall, right underneath the trim. Okay. So I go to work, I come home, putting the stuff down the table, go into the hallway, the light is on. That's what drew my attention. I'm going that way, and I'm like, God, this is happening again. And I happen to look out of the corner of my eye, I'm like, my picture's gone. And I look down, and the picture is underneath the table, like it fell straight down. And so in order for it to be where it is, it would have to fall straight down through everything.
Right, through the top of the table, yeah.
Yes, and it's damaged on the side of it. This is what's freaky to me. It's damaged on one of the corners, like it slammed into the floor. And I had to literally get down on my knees, reach underneath the table, and get the picture, which is sitting right up against the wall, like it fell straight down. And the only way it got down there was it either fell straight down or somebody took it off and damaged the corner and then stuck it under the table, and there was nobody in the house that day. It was like, literally, we left for work that morning, we come home, we're the next people, that's in the house. And so, that was a really major thing for me.
For me, it was just one of the doors was open in the office when nobody had been in there and when everything was locked up. That was at the same time. But then we go forward to that other event. I'd left work one morning. The time was coming up to 10:44 a.m. Charlie's time was 4:44 a.m. So Charlie's having a TDT, and I'm driving through town, and my car stereo gets taken over by this high-pitched sound. So I thought, well, what's that? Maybe it's interference from around the area or something. So I flicked through all the channels on the stereo, and it was on every single channel.
Wow.
So I managed to literally drive over probably 1.5 miles to 2 miles away, and it's still there. And I'm looking around at people in their cars to see, like, when we were traffic lights and stuff, nobody else is playing with their radios. I'm playing with this radio trying to get rid of this thing, whatever it is. And it's still there, this really high-pitched sound. But in amongst it, there's like a sound of like data mixed in. Really odd. But it was still there. So I almost got home, and then it just went off quiet. And then the normal car stereo radio station was on there, come back on quiet, and then gradually come back to normal level. So that was like really bizarre. What's that? I knew it wasn't normal.
Right.
I knew it was like something really bizarre. So I literally just got back home. I started typing to Charlie, something really weird just happened, and Charlie's typing to me. And then we suddenly realised, because Charlie's like, I just had TDT. Explain your TDT.
Yes, this is crazy, Tim. This is absolutely 100% true. So while that is going on with Paul, unbeknownst to me, I am having this just major TDT wake up / end of an abduction, vivid dream, however you want to lump all this into each other. And so what I'm experiencing is I'm being drugged down. Now, remember, I was telling you earlier, I've never really had anything where I was like, I had the daylight encounter that we talked about, but I never had anything where I was like beamed up or taken to a craft or anything like that.
Right.
So when this is all going on, I am being drugged down a hallway, and I'm getting the goosebumps on the arm thinking about this, and I can feel it. So like I'm being drugged down this like metallic hallway, and I'm being drugged by my legs, and I'm looking over my shoulder as I'm on the ground, and there's two grays, typical, and they've each got a leg, and they're dragging me. In my brain, I'm just going F it, and they stop. And I still to this day don't know what all this means. They stop, and I'm laying there on this cold maroon metal floor, and I'm like looking up like this way up to my right and to the ceiling as much as I can. And it's like the hallway is like, it's changing into my hallway, if this makes any sense whatsoever. This hallway, the one with the bathroom light, and like I can see like the tops of the doors of my kids' rooms, and like half of the pictures that they have on the walls. When I'm like looking up, it's like I start hearing this high-pitched sound. It's like a really high-pitched sound, like a charge is about to go off or whatever. And then as that's happening, I wake up. It's 4:44. I see the grays like retreating, like at the end of an abduction, like they're just dematerializing or whatever. And I set up. It says shocked awake, and my ears are ringing. And then I'm in full-on like heck mode. And I'm getting my phone. Yeah, high-pitched sound. And I'm getting my phone, and we're typing each other at the exact same time. And like, it's literally like message and message, and we're both reading each other's messages. And on Twitter, you can see when somebody's typing. And so like, we're typing all this. We both just had a high pitch. He had a charge come through his radio. I heard this charge, and then woken up, and he's across the pond in the UK, and I'm in Alabama. We're messaging each other
at the same time.
The exact same time. We still have all the messages. It's crazy. And we both are about at the same time too. We're going, well, we just had like a synchronistic event happen.
Yeah, but a few days ago as well.
Yeah, it's crazy.
They're just the Grey Lamau bros. They were probably both abducted by the same under the same scientific experiment from the Grey Lamaux, and then they were implanted with something, so they're on the same graph. The Grey Lamaux have an Excel spreadsheet where these two guys are paired up. Maybe it's like there's a Pokemon thingy, kind of like Nuzlocke. I think it's called soul binding. What's it called? Pokemon Soul Bond. That's what it is, right? Yes, Soul Bond. Where two individual players in two individual games, they run through at the same time, and the Pokemon that each of them catch first are bonded together. So if one of them dies, they both die. And pair them up in the order that you catch them in. So these two guys must be bonded together. They're Grey Lamau bonded. Interesting. Pretty sure this is just the outro here with their
90 Days to the Perfect Puppy, Allison.
7 minute long music outro.
If I was having issues with my puppy, what can they help me with?
90 Days to the Perfect Puppy can help you with potty training, fear and nervousness, barking, chewing on furniture and shoes, crate training, hyperactivity issues, leash training, and more. Do you know what else they'll teach you?
What's that?
What not to do, which is sometimes
more important
than what to do.
Absolutely. They have a relationship-based approach that helps you and your puppy become perfect for each other with online sources like video lessons, a secret Facebook group, and one-on-one options are available. You can find 90 Days to the Perfect Puppy at sidhappens.us. Let them apply proactive training methods so you and your puppy can become
perfect for each other.
You can find them at sidhappens.us. Look for the 90 Days to the Perfect Puppy link at the top of the page. We will continue my talk with Paul and Charlie on the next episode of Strange Familiars. That's going to be a bonus episode for everyone. So that should drop sometime in the next couple days, and you can hear the rest of the conversation with Paul and Charlie. I would like to thank Gabriella S. She sent me a very neat book called Erie, about Erie, Pennsylvania. So thank you so much. I love books.
Yes, not every town has a name like that. No one's going to send you a book from Intercourse. Don't get all excited. Creepy Intercourse is not going to happen.
Intercourse being a town in Pennsylvania for this.
They're not into the ring girl? What the heck? They don't want the succubus? What? There's this racism against evil monster girls.
I don't know. It's in Lancaster, right?
Yeah. It's near Bergenhand.
All right. We'll be back very soon with part 2 of my talk with Paul and Charlie from TDT Research. Thanks for listening, everybody.
Oh my god, it's already 12:30. I don't know if I want to do another full episode. I think I should call it here, probably. And then I can play with the kitties. Looks pretty good so far. I thought the Pepe would be better. He was a bit smaller, but actually doing it this big isn't too bad. What's my rule of thirds looking like here? I think I did align, or I think previously I aligned it for thirds. He's in basically the left line, so the Kuromis will be in the third line. Then we'll have a couple of memes in the background. Okay. Yeah, I'll call it a night here. Next time we'll also listen to part 2 of this episode. Let me check again real quick. What are my emotes slots like on Twitch? Because I think most of them are animated emotes, which kind of sucks because I would have to animate them. I could just make them static emotes. I have 4 animated slots left and 1 standard tier 2 slot. And I think bits emotes they don't roll over. No, they do not. The other issue with the animated emotes is, well, I guess it's not really an issue. Yes, it is it is an issue. They are not animated on Discord. You only get the first frame, which super duper sucks. But the good thing is they will all be given to tier 1 subscribers, so more emotes doesn't hurt, even if it's just a stationary thing. A static image. I do have a couple other emotes in the library, but they're all static, so what I could do is I can try to animate some of the ones I have here already. Probably like the XD one. Maybe the screaming. The emotes would be good. And then I would have to think of what else to do. The good thing is though, well, in theory they shouldn't take as long to make as this comfy Pippo, comfy Kuromi background. That's what else I gotta do. I gotta make a comfy Kuromi in the blankets and turn that into an emote. Yeah, so in theory, making animated emotes should be quicker and easier, but I would have to go frame by frame, draw everything, which does take some time. Which leads me to remember and remind you that you can support my streams if you so enjoy them with the following links. I guess I'll go ahead and pull those up as well. Let me go ahead and kill this. That's good. Okay, here is the page itself. If you want to go visit, it is taplink.cc/babysword, and you will reach this page. You can check out the Patreon for my streaming stuff, for my art stuff, for my video stuff. You'll get goodies on the fun and games and my animated shows. You can also tip on Streamlabs. $3 and higher will play an alert. That's super cool, and my AIGF robot girlfriend will read it for you. You can subscribe on Twitch, and you can do it for free if you have Amazon Prime. You can go to my store, my storehouse, the Sophie Storehouse, and you can check out my stories and my poems. I think I still do have other stuff that I gotta put up there eventually once I work on it. You can check out the Throne wishlist. This is a pretty cool mug here that I would like. The MILF mug. Man, I love frogs. So you can help me with that. And or also this skull spoon. That'd be pretty cool. You can check out this wish list. And there's also the Amazon wish list here. Amazon wish list is also here. And or you can do gift cards. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. So once again, that is taplink.cc/babysword. And you can support my cool stuff, my spooky monsters, my Kuromi images, my Kuromi arts, and the chill zone that is also known as hell. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me for today. I do hope I can do more I think I do want to work on the spooky big feet animations that I want to make on stream, because those would be cool. I would have to look up a bunch of reference though. And I think the order in which I will be doing art is, first I'm gonna finish this one, the comfy AFK background screen, and then I'll do the emotes, and then I will do the big feet animations. And I think I did find another one that I wanna draw. It was an episode where this guy had his, I believe his grandfather's journal, and he wrote about 2 strange encounters. One of them was with a huge man-like creature who was very hairy, and he was in the tree line. And the other one was an encounter with 2 human-hided, what he called owls. And I think he had no other way to, nothing else for reference came to mind for him. And they're also by the tree line. I think he's in like a farmland, and then in the tree line there's these 2 tall owls, and then he steps forward, and then they step forward closer to each other, then he steps forward again, and they step forward again too. Pretty spooky. So I will listen to that as well next time I need something to listen to. And we'll see where we go from there. So good luck. Have fun. Don't die, don't be stupid. Don't be retarded. No, he was not looking at his shadow. There were two owls in the distance. And he stepped forward. And the owls, physical beings, also stepped forward toward him in response to him. It wasn't right away, it was a delay, so it could not have been a shadow. Don't try not to say stupid things on the internet. Try not to have nightmares. Try not to be abducted by aliens. Try not to swallow your tongue. And as always, I will see you next time. Bye bye, estúpidos.